Okay, I let a few seconds go by. Now I have to go to the other window before it starts echoing back on me. Hold the line, please. Welcome aboard, everybody. I saw some chats. Scott, under duress. We'll get some links going. Hold on. Go to the other window. Shut up before it starts echoing. Shut up. There it was. Man, the lag is bad, and I'm on the new fiber. It's supposed to be better. Last time I was playing, I gotta close the chat in this window. The purpose of this Microsoft's Edge, you can have the whole computer, but you only need the Edge, is to watch this watching counter that just went back down to 1. It's all good. It's never accurate, but it's more accurate in Microsoft's Edge for me than it is in any other browser. So I have to put that over there somewhere. Sorry, I'm putting it somewhere on the other screen, the tiny little one. Then I have to window mode OBS and lay that on top. And then wiggle the edge around so I can see the counters. And then get the other edge, which is the chat. And it says right there, under duress 5761. I'll get a link in the chat and the log file. Hi, Huntington Township Watch Marie. Yay. Well, if I spent all day giving proper credit, I would spend all day just not being live, just putting links in a useless post. I will try. All right. Chat's back on the little window. It will come back because I can't read it over there. The function of today's thing. It's a yin and a yang. It's the thespian masks. See my avatar up there in the top left corner. It combines yin and yang and the masks. You'll laugh, you'll cry, you'll stuff your face. Let me put the chat back over here. For a little over a week now, this poor kid named Kohen, coincidentally, my last name Wiley, he's 1 year old. Police KIA'd him in a Walmart parking lot in Senatobia, Mississippi. And it's all the rage, and it's all the stuff. Yep, thespian. That's what they're called, but with a lot of S's. Thespians. Actors. The actor. We'll give the holla. Under Duress does a lot of live streaming and has some long form videos still up on his channel. We're working on it. Huntington Township Watch does a lot of government accountability and journalism, if you want to call it that. Really good stuff with their little Huntington Township in Huntington Township, Pennsylvania. I looked it up on a map once, Marie, but I don't know exactly where it is anymore. I don't remember. But it's a really good slice of life of is at what level of our government or political subdivisions thereof, federal or state or county or whatever, is it any better? Nowhere. Interesting, YouTube does not support certain channels. When I was in theater, people would call me a thespian. I would generally reply, no, I'm straight. Yeah. And I know, I didn't read the whole chat. But that's part of being the live stream host. Is you got to skip around and go fast. Because I started way too late. Life interrupts. And I'm trying to get off of here. And I would otherwise have provided a link already. By around 2 p.m. And I'll get some links and stuff going. because at 2 p.m. Eastern, formerly Stewart's, but he reduced it to Stu's, Body Cam Reactions is doing a live, and it's a really good, I call it Stew and Crew. See, I need a war scribe. See my previous 20 minutes from Gettysburg. I don't remember much about Pennsylvania. I used to drive truck, so I went all across this country, only missed about 5 states. What I know about Pennsylvania is that if you're driving a big rig, doesn't matter how long your trailer is, stay the heck out of Allentown. That was designed for horses without carriages, let alone 48-foot or 53-foot tractor trailers. The other thing I know about Pennsylvania is I'll probably never return there because it's up there in the 80s and above left to right interstate numbers that it gets cold there. And I'm afraid of cold. Minneapolis, Minnesota tried to kill me once upon a time. And there are fates worse than death. Not far from the Maryland border. Well, throw Paul over the border. Build a wall. Vote him out of the state. That's some democracy we need. Vote people off our island. A very unbalanced number of my best friends in life have been pro drivers. Man, I would do anything. Back in 1992, after the riots mentioned in the description, Rodney King riots, I did not work for a large metropolitan law enforcement agency. I worked with them under contract, quelling those riots. Thankfully, at the time, my life friend partner married, so that law enforcement insurance at the time doesn't pay a roommate. True story. We ran over the mountain and got married in Las Vegas so that if I got KIA'd associated with a large metropolitan law enforcement agency, the life insurance would give her some money. I think it was $2 million back then, especially in a high risk thing like you're going to go quell riots. That's another long story that maybe someday I probably have already told it up here on the YouTube lives, but we'll dedicate something to it. It has to do with Rodney King. But when finally she gave up and got rid of the Los Angeles career path mentality and we can debt fund ourselves into riches and all that jazz, doing the Los Angeles go 1,000 miles an hour with the radio on rat race. After the riots and there was bullet holes in her car, we're leaving, yay, I finally got out of LA. And how we got out of there is we called it, ha ha ha, we thought, it'll be like a paid vacation. We'll become truck drivers and we'll travel the whole country and get paid for it. Yeah, not so much. When that contract was up, we got the H out of that too. Especially after that's when, yeah, LA. It's exactly what I've always called it. The city of lost angels. All right. So the deep end, where we got to go, and they're having funeral for this poor child today. Where is it? 2 p.m. funeral. I think that, I don't know if Mississippi is the same time clock as Eastern U.S., where I am. But anybody who is around Pope, let me zoom this, I can't read it. If you can handle It's a very tough thing. You got to be a big, tough guy of any sex or gender. I call them little box or shoebox funerals. If you're a big, tough guy and you can handle that and just lend your spiritual, mental, emotional, whatever you want to call it, support to this poor child's mother, and that's in the thing. 1224, go. A view behind the scenes. You have to go back and watch all the previous. It's called WMFI shows. I finally continued them after a year and a half-ish off. Number 64. Because I've said this since I was a child, and myself and Scott, Mr. Under Duress. Wait, somebody's in the chatter. Sorry, I saw it. I missed it when it popped up, but I saw it. It means I am the world's most frustrated and articulate. Even when I know what I want to say, it doesn't come out right. That's why I named my podcaster show. I don't like to call it podcast. I'm old enough to remember that was things that were audio only on Apple's original little cubes called iPods. Let's scroll this over. It looks like S. Dot something 4471. Glad to be away from LA. Yeah, see the horrible sequel to Escape from New York. You escaped from LA too? It's the best thing anybody can do. My mother and brother are still out there, but they moved away from the county. And here we are. Do you believe in destiny? I'm a great believer. You'll see. Later down the road, we'll get back to more of my sayings. Is my audio all right? Somebody type in the... Oh, it's Sonya Blade. I knew I recognized it. Hello, Sonya Blade. I didn't hear about baby Cohen's story. Such a tragedy for the family and community. Absolutely. And thank you, Marie. S. Dot, whatever. Do you believe in destiny? Me and her were both lifeguards in Huntington Beach, California. That's another bunch of you have to laugh, you have to cry, yin and yang stories. Yes, your audio is fine. Thank you. The usual suspects are not here who keep up with it for me. If any of you ever wants to, or think if I wish I could offer it to you, it's what I call war scribing. That's what the military guys call uh, documentarians or journalists, the embedded journalists of the old days of war fighting over there, or in the Vietnam era. Go see any of the Vietnam movies where they talked about the guys that worked for Stars and Stripes. They all called anybody that writes stuff instead of war fighting the war scribe. I try to keep up with stuff in a log file that is time stamped against the video. So we're going to say 001400. Still not on target. Trying to get back around the stuff and going around things. And we're going to say getting to. I keep wanting to say Noah because a very famous person in America ate headlines for about 2 years named Noah Wiley, spelled funny, or Weil. Kohen Wiley. This is one of those. What is happening? What's happening? screamed the girl in Poltergeist, who ended up KIA'd by the crazy boyfriend and got us a stalker law throughout the Union. True story. War scribes are propagandists. Were they ever not? No, go Full Metal Jacket. Private Joker became a war scribe. Go see their little section of that movie where they were having a meeting and they, said the editor guy or the boss guy, the guy with rank, told him, reduce our casualty numbers, increase their casualty numbers. Just make it all up, make it sound good. Well, that's not what I mean by it. I just keep using the wrong words and then bitching at other people about doing that. But to be able to timestamp these things and have offsets into the video so that I can put it in a pinned comment or whatever, because it helps the algorithm and it helps people that don't want to watch. I do most of my content is long form content, and nobody wants to fish through an 8-hour video. Except some people. I don't care. It's the horrors of life, the horror of horror, that a year and a half ago, when I was really getting good and getting hundreds of attendees every stream and everything else. An extra special hello, Sonia Blade Elizabeth, because I forgot to email you. Life was interrupting again today. Anyhow, let's get on target. Murray or Huntington Township Watch said in the chat that she hadn't heard about it. I didn't hear about it until Mr. or Sir James White at Southern Drawl Law Channel, which I have to look it up and get a link. I don't care how ugly I say anything about him. 99% of what he does is great stuff, including, if not for him, I wouldn't know anything about this poor kid and his poor mother and these cops. I don't know what to say about it. Nobody drafted them and made them involuntarily do that job. Let's see. Southern Drawl. Damn it, I dropped something. Law. Here he is, Mr. James White. Everybody go over there. He's only got 175,000 subscribers. He needs millions. But he also needs, see the description. Let me see. I'm pretty sure I put it in there. Where are it? Oh, I didn't put it in the description. I just thought it too loud or wrote it in a comment under one of his videos. Oh, here it is. It's in the description. A link to his channel. Someone who has Sire, I knighted him a long time ago when he had less than 10,000 subscribers. Someone who has his ear, because he has got way up there where he thinks he's the king of the world. No, sir, you're the king of your world. And we're going to talk about it later when we talk about this little. Her biological clock says she's 26 years old. My eyeballs say she's like 17, 18. And inside, my mental clock says, which of us isn't a child? She's like, I call all the girls 12-year-olds. Oh, I'm snubbed. I'm subbed to Southern Draw Law. I've been so busy of late that my screen time has been vastly diminished. Well, it might be a good thing, because you have thinking brains and critical eyes, ma'am. And during his latest pat himself on the back This trash right here, 5 days ago, 2 hours 36, I buried a comment in there. Him and his two blue buddies took a giant heaping poop all over our friend Scott slash Underdress and acted like they were doing a ride along together, riding dirty, being coppers. And I almost unsubbed, and but I typed one of my incoherent. Well, get him. Scott said, I still have his ear, but it's a whisper compared to the decibels of much larger influencers. It's not just the decibels of the influencers. He's got 175,000. We love you. Can we lick wipe your ass? James, acknowledge me, acknowledge me. He's got 1,000 or 10,000 yes men screaming at him, yes, 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 you're perfect. You fart perfume. And he, of course, listens to them. That's what happens to all people. We will certainly talk about it when we get. It's why I love so much the masks and the yin and the yang. You laugh, you cry. And that's how life is, man. It's ups and downs. It's a roller coaster. Hug it out, hug it out. I'm going to watch the video. Well, I only made it like an hour 18 in, because at an hour 10, they really started taking a huge crap on Scott. And just like cops do, they called for backup and they all helped each other out and treated somebody, bullied somebody, picked on somebody. That it's just stupid. Which is what happened at. Let's try to get back. All right, so I gotta do my war scribing. 12, but it's important. If somebody can get his ear, make him go watch this one. Listen, James Copper. You can take the cop out of the car, but you can't take the cop car out of the guy. And listen later when we get to talking about poor Miss Millie over there. She's a 12-year-old girl. What's your excuse? YouTube is full of drama. It surely is. Oh, no. I'm over here writing the time, and I need to write the timestamp. 23, 18, 00 in front. Okay. I did the tangent of SDL/JW. Now back on target. Kohen Wiley. All right, let's do this. Let's do Kohen Wiley. Oh, wait, I need my file. I need my file. Link below in the description. I didn't get a tiny URL or something, and Google did away with its link shortener long ago. I do have a Google, back in the day, the Google social medias and professional whatever, Google, where you could still go if you had signed up for that and get short URLs that started GOO.gle or something, goog.le, but they got rid of it totally. Which video should you send him? This one and the 2-hour one. I've tried and tried and tried. The last one, the 2-hour live. Let's look up me. Yep, that's me. The one with the horse. Lives. The one with Judge Dredd on it. It's because of him, and I named him in the video. Him and John Lang. And I wrote again in his comment, calling him out for being another blue stick time abuser of Mr. Scott. It is what it is, James. I'm biased. Share, copy the link. I would have ranted on him just as hard if they'd have done that to anybody else. But it's worse. I'm human. I have biases. All right. The link's in the chat. And there's a whole 2-hour video about it, about an hour and 30 minutes, about the fact that eventually I'm going to have to unknight you, James, and forget about you because you simply still call people citizen and subject. Copper. You lose everything. You lose all your credibility. You might as well get up there and say the N-word with a hard on the end. All right. Now we need this link. Copy. Stay on target. Almost there. Stay on target. Says for watching. Yay, we're doing good for a 15-minute. Shut up. But to finish up the other thought that, of course, I scatterbrain. We go fast. All of we, because we are many. Marie, I hadn't heard about it either. If not for James White, the yin and the yang, the laugh and the cry, why is this being so quiet? It is conspicuous, and I go and look at CNN, look at MSN. Why is this so quiet? And it's another one I've been trying for years now, since he had less than 10,000. Go see 2 7-hour, 7-minute videos. I can't get James White or John Lang to help me at all with a black guy in North Carolina that got red rummed by the police. But I try. I made 14 hours and 14 minutes worth of video. This is the world we live in. All right, here's our little guppy. Forever immortalized. No one will remember his name. Hell, they don't remember his name now. They won't advertise about it. And maybe the news is just tired of it. Or, they have to be careful. The current administration says law enforcement can do no wrong, and we better not have any of this crap on our watch. I unfortunately grew up at a time when they taught us we were citizens. We did change our outro to people. Yay, hearty heart, heart, heart. But that's the sins of our fathers. Are we always going to do, and me and Scott talked about it on the phone, are we ever going to turn on our own brains and work and have thoughts for ourselves? Or are you just going to do what your fathers and grandfathers said? Because my grandfather was an absolute a-hole. Because of him and learning lessons of things like that in life, I used to say, I'm not a racist or a bigot. I hate everybody equally. Growing up in the big city in the melting pot. Yeah, it's a process of unlearning things. It sure is. So here we go. Very cute little baby. If you don't think that's a very cute little baby, you're wrong. I extend grace to people that use words and phrases in ignorance because I was there too. I do too. But when I've typed in probably 100 of their video comments, and sometimes those videos had 300 or 400 views, and they put hearty hearts on everybody else's comments that lick wiped their bums and said, "Oh, you're the best strummer ever. You're the smartest guy ever." Aw, yep. Thankfully, he didn't get his head popped in with that probably hollow point super boule of the law enforcement. But the other not thankfully about that, it took me 2 years to stop being human, to stop using human. I try, sir, but I still use it every day and catch myself making that face that you just emojied. Man, I have got to stop saying this. I'm going to say it in front of Scott. But because of James White, I've heard about this kid without typing it exactly in search bars. Nothing about this, including this whole poster and movement and everything else they're trying to have. I tried to find something today. How many people showed up to last night's 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. viewing, or the 10 a.m. march, or the town hall meeting? I can't find anything, not even from this. I put the link. Did I get it open? Yeah, I got it open. Not even from the Mississippi Free Press.org. Not a sponsor, but you could be. And I'm not a sponsor of you. If my money ever gets right, I'll throw something your way. I have curses in my life. I'm not allowed to make money. 1-year-old Kohen Wiley died after a police officer, and I'll probably have to mark this adult because I'm not going to play all these games. When I mean to talk about, we're talking about a dead baby. YouTube. Go ahead and mark mine adult only. I will figure it out later. This one's for adults only. If we have to live, I can only push the limit so far. We're talking about this poor little kid who, had he been face shot, would have been better off because he got shot through his ribs. He bled out. He breathed out. He died slow. It's worse than you could think, James White. And his mama held him in her arms while he expired. I have held a human being. Sorry, Scott. I have held a person, a little girl. She was 11. In my arms. Well, she bled out through a giant gaping rifle hole in her neck. It was not my child. Holy cow. I can't imagine. We went deep all of a sudden. See, we thought we might almost surface making fun of James White. Thank you, James White. You're tough. You can take it. Didn't know exactly how to say this poor woman's name. Let me zoom the text. Let me sound it out like the little dope on the little guy, the little cartoon guy on Sesame Street. Vellesiya. Ma'am, I apologize about your name. I hope I said it right. I can say your last name. It's Wiley. And here we get to repeat a lesson that I try to repeat even in my 16-hour basic security class, or my 8-hour concealed carry handgun class. Anybody who is not a mother, a real mother, dudes of any sex or gender, adopted parents, If you have not been a woman who lost her biological child, shut your mouth to her. There are no words. That's why I have no words. And I hope you like this, Scott, and I hope you understand it. Where I say, I hope you do to the mother. At least I hope she has a word, question mark. Trying to keep it secular, but not, and encode it and hide it. I hope she has the word. I hope. Or at least someone in her life puts it near her in a way that doesn't drive her away from it. I hope she doesn't go see a bunch of initials after their name and they provide her with a whole bunch of RXs and friends will bring you a 12 pack of brewskis that will not help her get through it. Other than that, I have nothing to say to her. No one can possibly comprehend. Grieving the passing of a child is so difficult. I can say that if James does watch this video, he will have already stopped watching by this point. Sure, whatever. Good for him. If you didn't, James, or anybody else that's still here and still watching and listening, remember, especially because he holds himself out as an instructor trainer, a teacher, when you've decided that you know all you need to know and you're not a student of this world anymore, get off my rock. You are a closed-minded, ignorant fool. I learn things every day. And it's his destiny. I am a true believer in destiny. A great believer. All right. Anyway, the news doesn't want any part of this. I think because in all of his videos, if you ignore the long live with those two other idiot cops, Murray, go watch James White's videos. He's got 3 of them, I think, now that deal with this xenotobia. And he's got several from last year that deal with the same department and their rights violating bad ways. He puts it good. He slings it so it sticks. If I could do better, I would do better, and I wouldn't subscribe to his channel. I'd do those videos on my own. He try to hold him out for his good stuff and be able to refer back to it, especially about Senatobia, Mississippi. Go see James White's videos. Type in his comment section, this would be a perfect video, Mr. White, if you didn't call people citizen. Just saying. But I think the world is being quiet about it because they don't want Mississippi burning. They're hoping, because this is the little box. This ain't no George Floyd, 40-year-old drug addict. This ain't no Rodney King, 20, 30-something-year-old. But he was high on the PCPs. We can't make a bunch of BS excuses. The one that we never talk about, much like we didn't talk about this kid, and in real time, because it was still fresh, we had Ferguson and we had Garner. Poor, beautiful, broken Sandra Bland got copped to death. Yeah, she unalived herself after 3 days in lockup for not putting out her cigarette. It's a huge theft of hope, but we don't talk about that. And that's why James White he still remains knighted, because he's the only one. All the cop tubers and auditors and everybody else ain't saying jack about this one. Oh no, the message got retracted before you articulate frustration audibly also. because I am the world's most frustrated inarticulate. At my mature age, I learn new things every day. Man, when you've stopped, you have stopped. And what I really learn, and I learned it again yesterday, just trying to talk with somebody, is you know what? When someone calls you out on your wrongfulness, or we call it in the tough guy, law enforcement, military, G word schools, you call your friends out on their bullshit. And hopefully they take whatever you called them out on or offered them a constructive criticism to heart and learn from it and don't be that way anymore. I had a typo, so I removed the comment. Very good. But see, I call it talking away from the truth. This is the problem. I need a war scribe. I need a war scribe. 4100 students of life and talking away from the truth. And S dot something something, if she's still here in the chat, she has been through many of I call it my BS. She's been through many of my real world gun classes, starting with a concealed carry class for women only. We need criticism, and we need to remember when you're way up there on your high horse and pride before the fall and all that other stuff. But anyway, Sonia Blade, Miss Elizabeth can testify. She's been to so many and helped me. And she is developed into a trainer certified by the state of North Carolina for basic security. Teach these buffoons something. This is one benefit of not considering people that might make our heart feel anything that seems bad. Yep. And these are the goods. I know I'm not getting to the topic, but the dynamics of life and this kind of thing. This is the modern computer magic. Look at what a small little world it is. That even if it's only four of us right now live, the algorithms hide things like Cohen's demise. Right. Because somebody said, that doesn't feel good, like you wrote just here. I'm here, censoring. Sorry, I don't have one of those fancy streamer wares that shows the live chat on the stream screen so that it's recorded forever. I have no high horse. When you think you're up on your high horse, it'll buck you the hell off, and pride comes before the fall. To steal a phrase, I mean, reuse a teaching that, I grew up in secular California. We had to learn every possible way of keeping everything as secular as it can be. But anyway, I can tie it back to the world's most influential, that has had great influence, collection of tales and stories and books. It's just a lesson book. Oh, it's called the Bible. To the uninitiated on California. But Sonia Blade can attest to. We look away, we walk away, and we talk away when we should be quiet and an active listener. And what is happening right in front of my own face? We open up our mouths and start babbling. Because as long as your mouth is barking, your ears ain't working, and you can shut up your inside of you, whether you're a believer that we have something other than gray matter or not. There's something inside all of us that talks to us or tells us things. And oftentimes when it's telling us something important, we open up our real mouth and talk over it. And that's where you can see it bad in when you go look at James White's videos. Because he's the only one I can find that has any. Even talking about this poor unalivey child. And there are fates worse than death. Who would you rather be? The kid or his mother? Them nightmares ain't ever going away. The woulda, coulda, shouldas, the why-fors, the whats. But we talk ourselves away from the truth of a thing. That's what we do. Let's get back to the star of the show for a minute. This poor little kid. Oh, it was his life mattered. His future mattered. If you go look at the comments under James White video, you're going to see, and he left them, even though he didn't heart them. He didn't acknowledge them, which is good. So many people, it's the closest word we have to it is cognitive dissonance, which is pride and ego and the inability to accept that this is our reality. This is it. This isn't something somebody made up like Supergirl or Mad Max. This is the reality of our life. They all victim shame and blame. Many, many, many people. Don't drive your car at cops. Don't steal diapers from Walmart, which it says in the article. I have the link up and it's on the screen, and it's been out since about day one that there's no charges. There was just a call from Walmart that Walmart hasn't owned it yet. Did Walmart employees make the call? Yes or no? Hello, Walmart? Chats are going up there, but I want to stay on my topic for a second, and I'm going to catch them up, I promise. But we have to talk ourselves away from it by saying things like, don't steal from Walmart. Don't drive your car in the direction of police. And I actually had somebody tell me this week, because I say it all the time. My mother says I should write a book entitled it, Not Even the Appearance of ... It's something that used to be in the law schools, not even the appearance of impropriety. Back when my mother went to law school when I was 7, 8, 9 years old. That's where I learned it from, was her law school. And it went dormant for about 1,000,000 years, and then involving cases with now, again, second time President Donald Trump. Everybody is spitting those words out their mouth. Not even the appearance of impropriety. I've been saying it all along. I thought it was a great, unquestionable, above and beyond reproach. That whatever gets said about you, no one would believe it. All right, let's catch up the chat. Don't talk yourself away from the truth. Don't do mental gymnastics with your other inner voices trying to figure out how did somebody earn this or deserve this, or it, man, it's just destiny. Absolutely astonishing. So many peoples, she wrote humans. So many humans go above and beyond to run over another human to make themselves feel better and powerful. Yes. And then the Bible set, we're supposed to say what is edifying about what you did and whatever. You know, do an autopsy or an after action report. Was anybody edified by this? Which means built up. No. Then don't do it again. Like ragging on James White. I try to offer it as constructive criticism going back to when he had less than 5 figures worth of subscribers. Now I don't care. You know, after I've told you 100 times and you refuse, you willfully refuse to listen, well, you prove not that you're, yes, that you are ignore ant, but you're probably also stupid. And that's where your credibility goes. Go watch the 2-hour video. The police investigation in the Baby Cohen matter will be no wrongdoing. Yeah, if the car pointed anywhere in their direction at all, and I train it to cops and securities, define imminent threat. It's a very nuanced thing. I have several long live videos. One of my WMFI show #1, I went through the whole legal section of North Carolina's thing. It's got the whole justified self-defense using deadly force, including the jury instructions. It is not immediate danger. The intent of whoever's doing it doesn't matter. It's imminent threat. And can you describe it in such a way that you maintain there's no disqualifying event from your qualified limited immunity? Everybody that says, do away with qualified immunity, there's no need. The first word of that is qualified. They can disqualify themselves. But this is going to turn into one more. And used to was I could consult on these things because I was a federal firearms instructor for law enforcement. I'm still a member of the International Association, but North Carolina saw fit to deprive me of certain things. Go watch my videos about the PPSB. They suck. Tyrants suck, but I accept my fates and my destiny. We might talk about it, we might not. Anyway, yeah, awful but lawful is the modern phrase. Go see all those ICE shoutings up there in Minnesota earlier this year. Was the car pointed at the cop? Yes. Did the cop put himself in front of the car in harm's way? Yes. Does that change the outcome? No. Don't drive your car in anywhere that a cop might be. It's another hard truth that I keep having to go over with people, and talking to a guy 2 days ago or 3 days ago. He's like, what was that thing you always say? Because I have lots of sayings. Is that we need to teach our 6-year-olds, and unfortunately you can't teach a 1-year-old, that our police are red rummers. They are our hired killers. We purposefully hire downline Gestapos left over in Argentina from Germany in the last World War. They are the most evil, wicked red rummers ever. That's what we hire to be our police. Don't give them an excuse. But once it's already happened, I'm dealing with the reality of it. The forces of the world, the nexus, the confluence, the rivers have crossed, the ships passed in the night, strangers in the night. And I'm sure that cop ain't sitting around saying, man, I put the gat on that little, bad words, baby, because that's how us Mississippi police do. You know, go see the movie Mississippi Burning or read the book. That was about the grown-ups, including police, putting on their sheets and ghost KIAing the black people in Mississippi with bombas, little girls. Sonya Blade said it's their body cam footage. Yes, but nobody will release it, and Walmart won't release their surveillance photos to anybody. The video. Walmart is the most camered up retail enterprise on planet Earth. There are cameras from that parking lot. And I hate to say it because I teach my cops, my baby cops and my baby securities to the best of my ability. That's another frustration in life. You cannot teach somebody that knows everything. But we go through the motions and tell them the words anyway. Why? Because if they've never heard them, they can't acknowledge them. Where do we learn that lesson from? Bible. Nobody, if it was that miraculous, wouldn't we all be born knowing it? We have to willfully come to it. And we have to have a willful society that will bring it to us. I try to understand law enforcement's perspective, and I just haven't been able to justify 1/10 of the escalation of force that we see in this space. Absolutely. And because the worldly system protects itself is why I have to believe that no matter what, no matter how many times I've been doing this North Carolina state level crap since 1998, and I am nothing but frustrated. They hate me. They keep stealing my certificates or revoking them. I used to call myself the king of red tape recertification. Squishing me down, and it's not them. I've lived through, I think, 18 now directors of the Private Protective Services Board. Man, it's just another skin doing the will of an evil spirit. That nobody that can teach, and it's another frustration James White complains about. He has offered loudly. Tens of thousands of his followers have emailed, called, and sent letters with stamps on them and licked envelopes to that stupid Senatobia Police Department saying, James White said he would come teach you for free, and they won't respond to him. That's how our world works. That's how people work. It's part of the frustrations of life. Yep. And on top of them, in order for Chief so-and-so of the tribe of drunken engines of whatever police department that is that has a chief, big belly kappa, chief would have to say that he wasn't the best chief all-knowing policeman ever to be in charge of his. He's the lunatic that thinks he's in charge of the asylum. But anyway, yeah, he would have to say, chief himself, that I don't know everything and something happened on my watch and my people could be better trained to I don't even want in. Let James White in and let James White teach your people something to keep you and your department out of trouble. Nope. Me and my department don't get in trouble. There should be body cam and parking lot footage. Yeah, thanks, Scott. I got way behind on the chat. My apologies that I must sign off. I have to leave for an errand. Dean and chat, thank you for the nice chat this afternoon. Sorry I caught it so late. Huntington Township Watch, Marie, everybody hop over there. It's government accountability, and man, it is good. Her and her editors do a great job. That's the worst part of it. The agencies and their heads cover up crimes. Yeah, and they deny. They have cognitive dissonance. It's a true phrase from our stupid city council meetings 15 years ago. When they tore up all our streets and everything, and when you would take them out into the torn up streets and point out to them that the contractors were ripping off the city and charging them for stuff they weren't doing, they would look at it and say, not on my watch. And they went and had a vote, and they motioned and they seconded and they voted and they gavelled that the contractors were not ripping them off. Everything was perfect. Gavel, gavel, vote. We voted so. And never mind the reality. True story, it happened. Have a great and productive day, Marie. Of course not. Then what are we not seeing? You'd have to rephrase it because I don't remember what I was saying when you typed that, Elizabeth. Sonia Blade. In order to choose, we must have knowledge. Right. You must have access to knowledge. What we first must know is that the information is out there. If you live in a place like California where I grew up, and because of my mother and who she was friends and dating with at the time, I grew up Jewish. Well, I grew up nothing. When I got to a certain age and she started messing around with that guy, he took me to Jewish Sunday school because he was Jewish. And we went to synagogue and all that stuff. And the ha-ha funny is that to be a bodyguard or mainly to keep himself out of trouble, a guardian more than a bodyguard. My cousin, 3 years younger than me, was in trouble and bullied all the time at Catholic school. So my uncle paid for Catholic school for me to go babysit him all day and make sure he stayed out of trouble. And we lived in the big city, and make sure that either walking or busing home, he didn't get red rummed by the gangs or the drug addicts or whatever. But mainly go stand in between him and Earth, because he was a spoiled rotten brat who didn't know how to shut his mouth. So in order to do that and help him with his homework and all that jazz, my Uncle Bernard bought me a very beautiful leather bound with gilding around the outside edges of the pages King James Bible, and said, before you start Catholic school, you have to know something out of this book. And that's how I got introduced to New Testament. And it's another I have to have the refusal of security footage tells me there is something they don't want us to see. But yeah, so one day we'll do a live stream. We'll talk about it. It's one of those things that everyone says, man, you should write a book. When you had your bar mitzvah as a Jew and got confirmed Catholic in the same weekend, you've had a very strange childhood. The refusal of security footage. Yeah, they don't want us to see anything because they want everybody to find another distraction. Like, let's talk about Supergirl. And is it really that young girl actress's fault that it's such a bad movie and it's not going to make its money? Go talk amongst yourselves, they used to say on the Saturday Night Live. I have a documentary called The Minds of Men that documents the history of mind control experiments conducted in the last 150 years. One thing that they were unable to bypass is man's free will to choose. What was discovered was that people will only make their decisions based upon what information they have. Yep. Sorry, I'm going to flick the bic. Let me mute this a second. All right. I caught up the chat. Let me put that back over there. Oh, I didn't catch up the chat. Let's put it back over here. So if they can limit the available information, they can control the parameters by which men can make their decisions by. Absolutely. And it became mainstream, viral, familiar, something during COVID. And when it did, my Priscilla came a running to me and she said, hey, look at this. Somebody else besides you has heard of this. His name's Yuri. He was KGB. Uh, Taking over society. Here it is. There's a 13-minute snip. There's a 6-minute 50 somewhere. If you go look at either one of these, let me get. It's one of those interesting because when I was learning all this stuff from a military and intelligence agency, let's say, intelligence or private security, some kind of private security business having to do with international American stuff in the 1980s, part of what they showed us was I didn't get to go to the Yuri clinic or class or whatever they call it, but I got to go watch the video. Where are we at? I stuck the chat in front of the time clock. 1:06:20. Oh, wow. True. It says true. Were you seeking truth? Your reward is 2.8 million views. See, 6 years ago when COVID started. My Priscilla said, remember that Yuri guy you got me that video of? Because I got the whole long, like 2 hour. It was two separate sessions of him talking to a big crowd of American government people. We still have them in storage somewhere. I've seen his entire interview. Yeah, it's not just an interview there. He actually has. Yeah. Remember, Scott? I know you remember. Scott has a much better memory than me. That's under duress in the chat for all you looking later. I have a pretty good memory, but Scott has a better memory. When you hear everybody today saying the family is broken, we don't have dads in the home, go back in 1984, coincidentally a good year. Listen to Yuri's thing. The first thing you got to break is the respect for the family. Teach the young people that their parents are stupid. That's my short. Here, there's your 10-second version. The second thing you got to do is destroy religion. Don't let them have faith because faith equals hope. So that's our short version of the Yuri speech. Back on our poor little guy. Here, mom actually said this. She's so superheroic to me. Please be strong. You'll have to be stronger than you ever thought possible, mother. I watched my baby take his first breath, and I watched my baby take his last breath. Holy cow, I want to cry. It's about the 5th time I've read it today, and I want to cry. I'm glad I didn't see a video of her saying that. I would cry. I cannot even fathom it. But all in all, it's not only a coordinated effort to keep it quiet, it's because, oh man, that's some of that. You can't wash that out of your brain. People are just looking away. Like sometimes you see a little fender bender, you look. Sometimes when you see the car rolled over and you saw lumps of something fly out of it, you look the other way as you drive on by. And you hope that the fire truck gets in front of it with its blinky red lights on. Because you don't want to see it. People don't want to let this soak in and acknowledge, which goes back to the Sandra Bland part of it. We can talk about all the other ones because we can always say, well, Eric Garner shouldn't have been selling those cigarettes, and Eric Garner should have just put his hands behind his back. And Eric, he should have done this, he should have done that. That's the New York one. You guys go look it up yourself. Well, George Floyd, he shouldn't have tried to pass that counterfeit buck. Blah, blah, blah. Rodney King shouldn't have run from the California Highway Patrol and been on PCP and alcohol. I put in here, go back and look at Tombstone and Wyatt Earp and the Earp family and the shootout at the OK Corral. The biggest gang of the time was called the Outlaws. Man, Wyatt Earp was an illegal cop. He was a bad cop. He declared the first ever gun-free zone in a federal territory. But whatever, he's a superhero of the Wild Wild West. This has been going on a long time in America. And then I always say, go back before that. When have cops been whatever? Well, and not just the cops. If the courts and the administrative pieces didn't back them up, they wouldn't do this stuff. And no, they're not. Some of them are out there, man. I've been through the academy. I've been the teacher in academies, private and government. Some of them people are bloodlusty. They can't wait to get out and make their bones. They want to hurt people and hide behind a badge and a gun. That's how it was growing up in Los Angeles. We called the cops the Blue Gang. That was before Bloods and Crips, so the Crips hadn't taken the blue color. My memory for some things is awful, but some things it's close to accurate. I really do think that all of our memories are subject to corruption and can be polished with exercise. Absolutely. It's a muscle like any other. The only one I try not to, because it says woe unto you who add to or take away, or woe unto ye. Especially now in the modern age where you can just pull it up on your computer or your phone. I try not to reduce or paraphrase or interpret the Bible. You got it right there in 7,000 versions. Just read it and be right about it. Beyond reproach. We talked about Sir James White too much. Sorry, James, but you're tough. You can take it. And here's another one I haven't thrown at you before, Scott. The saying, there is nothing new under the sun. Long ago, I corrupted that or changed it. There is nothing new under the sun, S-O-N. Going back to what I started to say a minute ago. See how easily I distract myself? Oh, government agents acting badly. 2 weeks from now, 10 days-ish, you're going to have a celebration of not 250 years of a country, of there will be war. America is not 250 years old this year. That's another one. But Daddy said, okay, July 4th, 1776 is the date on the Declaration of Independence, which was a declaration of war. It didn't have to be, but it had to be. See its destiny. That was all about government being a little too crappy to the people. Oh, same thing. Go deep. I am going deep. We've been deep, and I've tried to make sure his face was on the screen as much of the time as I could. Look into his eyes. Because these photos are all we have. Couldn't he have grown up to be the President of the United States? Probably, but we'll never know. So, yep, back to the cowboy days, back to the gendarmerie days. And you want to go back further than that in our modern Western horse crappery? Then go see the tale of Robin Hood. Who was the bad guy? The Shire Reeve, or what we call these days a sheriff. The Sheriff of Nottingham. It wasn't the king, it was the local law enforcer. Did they have more power under their office of the Reeve, the Reaper of the Shire? Yes. They collected the taxes and all that other jazz. So they were just more corrupt cops. There's nothing new under the sun, either one. And then there's so many musics associated with it. Alice Cooper sings a song about dead babies. They can't take things off the shelf. Danzig's Mother and the Misfits, Last Caress. Regina Spektor is the one I always go to. Everybody go look it up. Let me find a link. It is the most something to me. It sings to me. No, not in a creepy way, Regina Spektor. There it is. Share. Copy. Put it in the chat. Regina Spektor. How? Blip. Put it in the War Scribes. And unfortunately, Scott, you met me at a very strange time in my life. That's one of the weird one-liners from Fight Club. Not really. All the times in my life are strange. No, it's not 142. It's 117, 20. Regina Spektor. How? Oh, look. There's a live version at Songkick. I'm going to have to go see it someday. That's the theme song music to all these, where she says, "You are a guest here now." And I tie it back. It's a really good speech in the movie Heat that Al Pacino gives in a pretty bad way. Al Pacino acts like he's on the stage no matter what he's acting in. But the content of the speech, not the delivery, about how he can't let go of the 8-ball hemorrhage people and all the dead people, and he has dreams and nightmares about all the victims of all the crime that he investigates as a copper in the big city of Los Angeles. And he has to hang on to his angst. Regina Spektor's howl reminds me of that this poor little baby, he is a guest here now. I can't forget him name or face. Even though I'm bad with names, I can remember his last name. And thank you, WD. I gotta go work the ranch. See you another show. Take care, all. Be safe. Have fun. Sonya Blade. Be careful in all that heat. Speaking of heat, and I'm pushing it, we're at 1:44. I was hoping to get off of here by 2 p.m., but that's when I was hoping to start at 11:30. I'm going to keep going until I get done with this. I'm sorry. Let me go look it up. He's having a members only thing, and somebody over there gifted me a membership, so I get to attend that at 4:30. So I will, if I don't make it at all to his 2 o'clock strimmering, Stu's body. Oh man, he's not even enough to be in the common searches. Everybody, once I get this, body cam reactions. There it is. Go there. Everybody go here. He's a fellow drummer. One day me and him are going to talk about drums. Even though I played many instruments, drums was one of the that again will do. Very good. Stay hydrated. Hydrate. 120 50. Stu's body cam reactions. Put it here first. Copy. Then go to the chat and paste. See, all the other ones I've done backwards. Backwards. Anyway. He's already got 588. Getting there. Almost there. Stay on target. His life mattered. His future mattered. We will not be silent. Reads a hashtag justice for Cohen poster, which I forgot to put the hashtag in my title. I just subscribed. Thank you, sir. Let's go look at it. Do a refresh. It said 588. Refresh. 589. Even though we got it on video. What I'm going to do is put you right here on the screen and press screenshot and go ding dong. Or dong dong. Dong ding. Now I have it in a screenshot and we have it on this video. You were his 589. He should do something about that. Magic numbers. All right. Now, put the kid back on the screen. Since I pretty much decided with 13 minutes left, I'm never going to get through what I thought I would get through. But thank you, Scott, because, and Marie, and Sonia Blade, and anybody else watching or listening, because this has turned really good, as these things oft want to do. Picture on the screen. Everybody please stand by. If somebody comes in and says something, Scott, type them at the chat. He'll be right back. I am going to go. Isn't a cursed number. Yeah. At least those numbers seem accurate. Yeah, for a second. I'm going to go grab some coffee. I'm going to get the note on the screen. And you can't use the colons in the time. 1:49 p.m. or 13:49 hours for you dot mills, Eastern U.S. Be right back. Now let me shrink this little thing. Wow. Screen lag. I need to take my laptop apart and give it a good cleaning and dusting and polish all its parts. All right, it's on the screen. I'm going to go grab some beverage. Okay. I am back now. And then, oh my gosh, can you guys hear all those sirens? Growing up in the city, and I don't remember where I learned it from, but in Los Angeles, so many people speak what we used to call Spanglish or English or something. But the Hispanics called Santa Claus Santicles around a neighborhood I grew up in. Every time we'd hear all those sirens running around the big city, one of the guys that I was around a lot would say Santicles about the sirens, and because it happened in my childhood and I thought it was cool and made me laugh, I started saying it, so I still say it. You can take the kid out of Los Angeles or out of the city. All right, now I got to drag that back. And now we're going to get back to how many times in? How many minutes in? 129. 1. 30 00. What do these events have in common? And by these events, I'm talking about below in the description. Some of these events. I already covered the music. Let's put an X in the box. Have a plan that includes a checklist. All right. If you don't remember what Ferguson was back, I think 2015-ish, when did that garbage happen? I'm gonna have to close that tab. I can't do multitasking. Hang on. Let me scroll this over. I have a laboratory flow cabinet that gives a sanitary environment to do sterile work in. It's about a $25,000 piece of equipment used for computer and bio work. Yeah, I used to have a little clean box for getting the plates out of hard drives. It's an old school computer nerd. When sometimes the only way to data recovery would be to tear a hard disk drive apart, carefully remove all its components, and put the plates or the part that actually has the ones and zeros on it in a like make and model hard drive. And then no, and then cannot hear the sirens. Okay, that's good. All right. When did Ferguson happen? And it's another one I choose not to remember either one's names. Two bad guys. You rub two bad guys together, you're going to end up with bad or worse. I don't even remember what state it was in. Ferguson police shooting. The famous one. Michael Brown. And this is just, my wife always says, no, we're not. Because she's a small town girl who's her her innocence and naivete is a beautiful thing. I don't want everybody to be stupid and jaded like me. I never knew that the friend's name was Dorian. A childhood friend of mine named her child Dorian, and he's a grown-up man now. Unbelievable. Darren Wilson. Being a gun guy and into the firearm stuff, an interview with Darren Wilson, after a fact goes, I use it still to this day in trying to teach people about gunplay and all this other stuff. So this pattern, this is this new under the sun? No, it's not. Is it new in our modern time? I don't know. Go ask Rodney King. Oh wait, he's DOA too. And the only difference about Rodney King wasn't the color of his skin. Racism and racial hatred in Los Angeles is a thing. Everybody's angry all the time. Go see the movie Crash from 22 years ago. Sandra Bullock, not Bland. She says, I'm angry all the time. Because everybody is in Los Angeles. It's hell. But this exactly is what's wrong. Why was Michael Brown walking down the middle of the street? Because that's what 18-year-olds do in Ferguson, Missouri. And I've always called misery. Why did the cop not put his little Tweedle lights on and do the little cop thing of Tweedle, Tweedle, and get on his PA and say, please walk on the sidewalk? Why did he drive up on these two young men boys, girls, whatever they are. Why does some little dude, because Darren Wilson was not a big tough guy to stand up against. Michael Brown was a big dude. And he was with his 22-year-old male friend, Dorian Johnson, and I've seen the security camera from the store that they allegedly robbed or shoplifted or whatever they did. Allegedly. What would make a goofy little sort of pot-bellied white guy think that he could ride up on two big, coincidentally, very tan guys and tell them, get the fuck out of the street? How do you think they're going to react to that, copper? Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Like what they always say, and I was asked then, and I've been asked in other incidents back in the day before PPSB stole my continuing education hours so I couldn't renew my federal law enforcement instructor and consulting. These things came across my desk a lot. I'll bring up one in a minute. That it was a white guy. It's not racism. It's bluism. It's our governmentism. So why can't these guys walk on the sidewalk like normal people? Well, because they had a bad destiny, and their destiny was to draw the attention of this guy, and none of us are in control of it. I don't care what you call it and how secular you are or not. It was meant to be, obviously, because it happened. And given that opportunity for them to just walk on the sidewalk, or this guy to just be nice, just don't be an a-hole. And you're never going to convince me that he didn't sit there and think, oh man, good deal. There's two more of them N-words, and I'm going to tell them to F off. He just lives that way. They all do. In any big city. Because no one's ever punched him in the mouth until Michael Brown did, or the side of his noggin. I grew up where you look at them funny. The last thing you'd hear before the birds were chirping around our head is, what you looking at, white boy? And boom, your lights were out. Yay, desegregation. You taught me how to have a thicker skull. And look at your feet when you're walking down the hallway in the school of 1,100 black people. Because they've been mistreated for generations. And their perception is their reality, and their reality becomes your reality when they knocked your teeth out or knocked you unconscious. So what makes a little white guy with a pot belly think he can tell two strapping young men ugly stuff with cuss words? That gun and that badge and that blue stripe painted around his car, that's what. And what makes Michael Brown think he can walk up to the window of a police car and punch that foul mouth speaking stupid little white boy in the mouth, in spite of his badge and gun and blue stripe painted around his car? Because people in this whole country, whole country now is one big city, don't give a F. Put in the hippie way, we live for today. Why? Because your government's going to draft you and send you to Southeast Asia 10,000 miles away to get KIA'd by the Viet Cong. Or because your government treats everybody in your community that way. You're damned if you do and damned if you don't. They just don't have hope. They don't have care. And we all hate each other. Whether he was inebriated or not, I don't care. It doesn't matter. What link in this chain of events needed to be broken? Well, Michael Brown needed to have his feet on the sidewalk, but he didn't. Darren Wilson needed to say, "Hello, smart young fellas. Sure would be more convenient for me to drive down this road if your feet were on the sidewalk. But hey, once you get past me, I'll just drive on. Have a great day." It was not meant to be. And the rest of it is history. And all kinds of dumb idiot superheroes packed up their crap in 2014 and rode out there while the riots were happening, thinking that they were going to be private security for the businesses and residents of Ferguson, Missouri. And thankfully, that time, the National Guard pointed rifles at those idiot cowboys and said, "Go home." What we don't need is 200 people shooting at each other. But what did those thousands of self-appointed, self-deputized private guntards think they were going to do in riots originated in Ferguson, Missouri with their G-word teddy bears? Shoot people. That's why people take guns places. They think that in the back of their mind, they're going to solve those problems with those hammers. These encounters are very instrumental in keeping people divided. Young black men that have saggy pants, DOA by a cop is not a problem to most red team patrons, but a baby is a different story. That's why there's a media blackout with the facts of Cohen's case. Yep. Because we can't justify it. Even though because they are frustrated in their inarticulate. I say that we are all the world's most frustrated inarticulates together because man, what does our voice matter out of 2 billion? When I started doing these things on planet Earth, it was like 800 million on the whole planet. Now there's 2 billion, or it might have been less, 400 million. I don't remember. I've been playing these games a long time. Now I get to tell the internet and who watching. And maybe not. Somebody somewhere. I did my part. Scott did his part. We're trying. We're putting the message out there. But if the message is not out there, there's no chance anybody will ever hear it. See our discussion earlier in this live stream. It's easier to articulate truth than it is to articulate spins which have contradictions. Yeah. So the whole Ferguson thing, police or any kind of students of the gun, students of the G words. I already said I'm going to mark this adult only later. If I'd had more time, and it was in my plan long ago, about 3 or 4 days I've been thinking about this now. It just all came together this morning. Sort of last night when my brother started texting me pictures about Supergirl or statements about Supergirl, and we went off on that tangent. But anyhow, it's those that refuse to acknowledge history, let alone learn from it. You can't learn from it if you don't learn it. You're doomed to repeat it. Here we go again. What's different about Michael Brown and Darren Wilson is that Darren Wilson and them came together by chance or destiny or fate. They weren't called there. I'm getting to a point. I always have a point. It just takes me a while to get to it. Stereotypes don't make themselves. Let me read the whole thing. I'm skipping words again. But because stereotypes don't make themselves, People cling to narratives that can fit in with stereotypes. We should judge every man according to his own deeds and not to any stereotypes. Absolutely, we should. But damn, it's hard, even for those of us that try to hold ourselves out as, or think of ourselves out as, at least capable of putting that stuff away while we're wandering around in public, or worse, standing around in a uniform with a gun on, doing that job, whether it's private security or public law enforcement. It's the same. It's a uniform with some dummy standing next to a gun. You got to try to put that stuff to bed. If you can't lay it down in a coffin and let go of it, or give it up, as the followers allege they are supposed to do, but we're all only human. We're supposed to be trying. Wilson stated that Brown stopped, turned around, and charged him after a short pursuit. Johnson contradicted. Man, we have video. He was shot in the back. The autopsy confirmed it, but the fatal wound came from the front. Anyway, students of the gun, go find the full Darren Wilson interview, along with the Uri interview, and listen carefully to what he says when the zombie skin. I believe it's too long of a story. I'd have to do my a whole separate live episode about molecular biological survival, but Elvis has left the building. The spirit, or the internal engine, was out. About why did Michael Brown turn around? Everybody, all the witnesses, they show it in it's like 2020 or 60 Minutes or something, where they interviewed Darren Wilson, one of those news shows, that he turned around, roared like a wild animal or something, and then ran after he'd already had 5 or 6 of those powerful 40 caliber hollow points stuck in him. And listen carefully in the interview to what Darren Wilson says happened when that big old dude turned around and roared at him and started coming at him. Students of the G words, it's all right there. I agree. I am not a human. The capture wants you to click I am human button. Yeah. I am not an animal. The Elephant Man. I try, Mr. Under Duress Scott. But that's all we're going to talk about, Michael Brown Jr. It's all in the history books now. The next ones that tie together better. Well, Sandra Bland comes to mind because, again, this was cop doing what cop does, pulling people over for BS, pretextual stops, and not capable of letting go. Stop being an asshole. Cops, you know how you stop being an asshole? Don't be one to begin with. Stop trying to turn that off and turn that on, because we all know you fail. That's why we have all these stereotypes about cops. How many ex-wives you got, copper? because the same way you treat everybody else is the way you treat your wife and children. You're not an asshole behind your badge and gun. You're an asshole who wears one. And I really heart me some Sandra Bland, and her smile looks exactly like my dead aunt's. My sainted Aunt Eva. And it hurts my feelings that, man, write her the damn ticket and shut up and go away. He'd already written her the ticket. He just wouldn't let it go. Hey, James White, maybe under duress can get you to listen at 1 hour 50 minutes. Let's you and me get together and do us talk about James White about Sandra Bland and that bullshit. Some of us have been doing this and involved with it a lot longer than you, sir. It's just your good luck or fortunes. And I say those things very carefully and purposefully, Scott. I hope I don't offend when I mention things like fate or the fates, because those are Greek or ancient Roman. We don't have a better word, so we call them the gods and goddesses, but they're not. They're like spirits or angels, the fates, the fates, and the banshees, and the... So the Ferguson duality is that they were both in the wrong. But of course, the guy with the bigger punch wins. Don't bring your fists to a G-word fight. And if you so don't give a crap about your community and your own life, that you're going to go around attracting the attention of the spray and pray people, which is what police are. I have done thousands of law enforcement and security student trainings on the gun. A vast majority of them go out into the world, rip that thing out of its bed, shut their eyes tight, and squeeze it empty. Cops cannot shoot. That's if they ever had to go to the range and learn how. Sandra Bland. Love you, girl. Miss you. Man, I had a scary one time. I walked into the local Dollar General store, and there she stood. Doppelganger. Here's the difference of these other ones. Eric Garner, George Floyd, not Rodney King. That was another. Their rivers ran together, the tributaries crossed paths. And our little baby guy. This guy. Little cutie pie named Cohen. Some private business person called in the Grim Reaper, or dialing the police. Walmart, listen to me. Lawyers, what's that guy's name? See, here's another minute. Here's just a minute. If you can get James White's ear, he claims to have even a piece of the real superstar, rock star, whatever that lawyer's name is, the famous lawyer of our day, Ben something, Crump. Ben Crump, who called down the whirlwind. See the... And somebody did type, and I put hearts, and I typed a heart comment, because we can't heart. I put a heart reply and said this. and tried to tag Sir James White in his comments and reply about Ben Crump, James White, both of you get together and file a $1 billion lawsuit against Walmart. Why? Because if they want security in their private business, on their private property, on their private property parking lot, they need to hire it. Cops are not Walmart's private security. Same thing happened to Eric Garner, the shopkeeper, called the police. Same thing happened to George Floyd. The store owners, where's your stores now? Store owners. Because your insurance won't pay for destruction during unrest. See, we can't even use our words to call a riot anymore. It was a mostly peaceful protest. Mostly. Private parties called public law enforcement to manage their business and chase after their alleged wrongdoers. George Floyd, and I'm all about, I don't care who I offend. That was wrong, and I'm glad that cop got jailed for the red rum or the second degree or whatever he got jailed for. That's the time, coppers. Pay attention. You could be next. And that idiot got stabbed in the jail. Why do you think they didn't have him in isolation and protection? I wonder, question mark, question mark, question mark. And no, I don't know his name. I don't care. Don't remember the bad guys' names. But I still want to follow up with, and I used to have all this stuff on my Facebook, but then I got myself banned for saying things like, there's no excuse for that cop. In the good old days, we'd have strung him up. George Floyd didn't earn that. But I did see an interview with the little teenager working a teenager job. See, how could a good guy lose their goodness? Because the teenager working an after school job in that convenience store where George Floyd tried to pass a photocopy of a $20 bill. It wasn't even a good counterfeit. It wasn't even color printed, I don't think. When they interviewed the clerk that got told by his management, following orders again, call the cops. See, they called the cops. George Floyd had not stolen anything, and he didn't pass the counterfeit money. He tried to. They rejected it. Management couldn't stand by, so they called the cops. It's a little different when it's your mom and pop local store than Wall World. But, and it goes to another type of video. It might have been Stewart's body camera reactions yesterday. Oh no, it's a Huntington Township Watch video. I'm sorry she left. Let's go look that up. Huntington Beach Helicopter Township Watch. See, hers comes up. Give it time, Stewart. Give it time. Here at the Huntington Township Watch videos. It's this Planning Commission meeting, part 1 of 2. I don't want to click on it because that resets the watch counter, and I don't know yet if that steals away the watch hours and I have to let it play all the way through again. Wait, that's because I'm not logged in on this screen. I can click on it. Shut up. Thankfully, an ad didn't pop up. Wait a minute. Wait just a minute. Well, an extremely long comment that I wrote here is gone. And I know Marie or Huntington Township Watch didn't vanish it. That's all YouTube. I'll let you guys in on another little secret. I live life by the screenshot. See, I was watching a live video this morning. Screenshot everything. Every chat I type in there. Having been permabanned and vanquished from the face space. Problem is there's no way to index stuff like this. It's just screenshots. That's another one. Adam Carolla. Why does this guy have a voice? This is about the Montreal, Canada. And I'm sure it has all to do, especially coming from this guy who's got his start on a local Los Angeles radio station out of Pasadena called KROQ. K-Rock, Rock of the 80s. And he was on what was called the Love Line with Dr. Drew. And all this guy did was make fart and dick jokes and whatever. But he gets to have a say and a loud voice with 155,000 views about this horrifying situation. Right in front of Lady Cop. I know I'm on a tangent. Here's Lady Cop. Right in front of her, and you can see the hole in him with red around it. And his hand facing the wrong direction. That's her partner, or her co-worker partner. Why do you think her brain's not working 100%? This is her co-worker with his hand facing the wrong way and a giant rifle hole exit wound in him. This is an innocent bystander who came around this corner back behind her, and she turned around fast and shot him and killed him. And this dumbass is going to say it's because she's a woman. Hey, look, Scott. There's somebody. Letting it go. There's my sweet Anita. Sweet Anita, the eighth wonder of the world. Here's another really good former Marine. He talked about it, the one in Montreal. Real good video. He put KC. Oh, it's up here at the top. Kinetic concepts. Try to stay off that tangent. I'm looking for. I'm not gonna find it. Damn it. I was looking for the really long screenshot I put up here under poor Miss Marie's video about these goofs in the Planning Commission. And now that I see that it's disappeared, I'm upset. Hold on. I popped out to record a fawn and its mama in my driveway. I'm catching up at 2x speed. I'm about 4 minutes behind. Well, I'm back off a too many minutes tangent looking for a comment I wrote, and now I don't even remember why I wrote it. But since we're here, let's go back here. Speaking truth to power and government people living in denial and being incompetent and everything else that they are. Oh, yeah, that's it. Where I had wrote in there. maybe you should ask yourself some questions first before you elect yourself to office or get elected or accept the appointment. It's not 1776 anymore, you jerks. And little good shops like the Huntington Township Watch. Where I had typed, go get yourself some training or some schooling in that jazz and go watch Huntington Township Watch channel and read all the comments under their videos, especially because they're going to disappear on flavorful ones that say things like, you idiots. No, I don't want the time. 2:05. All right, let's get back to events have in common. Private biz called down the whirlwind. The cops. 45 seconds to real time. T minus 30 and counting. I'm trying to let you catch up because you're the only one watching right now. Everybody else ran off to watch Stewart's body camera videos because they wanted to see. It's your average, ordinary, everyday junk talking that isn't deep. Yes, we're still in the deep end, even if we do make occasional nervous laughters. Back on them. Anyway, the interview with the fine young person. I hope he's okay out there in the world. That was the clerk that rejected the funny money from George Floyd. In the interview after, and they'd already burnt the little local store down and everything else, he said that he wished he'd have just let George Floyd have the cigarettes. See, now why do our young people have to have that kind of anguish in their life? It's because we don't have adults. We have lots of people roaming around us with biologically old skin that have not grown up, and that's another Bible verse that I learned too young. This is where I should have Scott on the Discord. We'll get you there, sir. I'll figure that out before I go live again. Because Scott, under duress, could instantly tell you what chapter and verse is it. When I was a child, I spake as a child. King James Version. It's 1 Corinthians 13:11. In modern, or even the New King James Version, they added in hard brackets, I spake as a child because I understood as a child, and, not comma, I thought as a child. It's supposed to make it more clear, even though it's been clear to me I was a child. When I became a man, spelled M-A-N, same guy that did Little Red Rooster or something. I put away childish things, including childish understanding, thought, whatever. That's why one of my sayings is how, and I got it on a fortune cookie when I was about 14 years old, and I still have the fortune cookie. Your inner child will play today. Occasionally, let your inner child out and let them play. Don't make them play forever inside. Find something to enjoy in this life. What people think that there's some kind of magic age number, well, in the time that 1 Corinthians was written, that was at the end of your 13th year or 12th year, start of your 13th. They still can't figure that out. When did you become a man? 13 or at the end of 13 years? But to this day, Jews bar mitzvah at 13 and bat mitzvah, bot mitzvah for the girls. 13. You're an adult. And here we are in modern Western America since about 15 years ago that we have declared as long as they stay at home and don't earn their own money, they can be dependent children until they're 26 years old. Good gosh. We've lost the plot. Some of us in life, and this is the great hard. How do we teach our children not to be so childish and naive, and yet at the same time protect that, because a child way of looking at things and being naive and innocent, which is what children are, is what we hope to attain, especially for our own. We're all more biased towards our own. But when I became a man, some of us, that was not a becoming that happened when, well, after I'd finished school and college and traveled around Europe for a while, like trying to find myself, I finally grew up. No. All of a sudden, the world rained hell on you, and you realize I am having way adult thoughts trapped in this tiny little skin, young skin. I can't vote. I can't drive. I can't anything, but I'm out here playing real adult games. Some of us get grown up. The childish things got put away from us or taken away. This is why we need to critically examine every narrative that recruits our emotions. Exactly. Let them be children is another perceptive influence, which is wrong. Men and women use to marry and start families as early as 14, 15 years old. Yep. My wife has an aunt that, with parental permission, went away and got married and had babies at like 14 years old. And it, man, rural anywhere, but rural the South, nobody cared. The parents went with her down because they wouldn't let a child get married in North Carolina, so they just went down to South Carolina. She got married there. But when you stop thinking and understanding like a child, my comment was disappeared about George Floyd. Deception. Yeah, and I never saw a comment about George Floyd. And when I go look in the moderator or the channel owner's history and all that jazz, it's not there either. Yes, YouTube, we got you. We're trying. Thank you for not letting us disinformation somebody, YouTube gods and goddesses. or doges, whatever you are. Which nobody says that anymore because Donald Trump and Elon Musk became friends. When Elon Musk stole what people used to call dogs on the internet Doge or doggy. It's dog with an E on the end, but of course it's said 300 different ways. And that's what Elon Musk made his version of e-currency out of. Is it Dogecoin? But then he went to the other side. Oh no. Blah, blah, blah. Everybody go like, subscribe, watch Huntington Township Watch. Write disappearing comments under her videos. See, look at those. And I'll show you on mine later. 700 views, 443, 487, 1.4 thousand views, 63, 74. What in the world? It's worse on mine. The one with the horse. I'll get back on it. I know. I remember where I left off. Look at these poor kitty cats. Look at this. What? Everybody must think those are AI driven. Nope. He really opened his eyeballs that big. Cute little kitty catty. These are all wild cats. Our paths crossed. They give me joys. Even though one of them disappeared. This one down here. I call it Paint Horse Kitty. In the short time we had together, we loved a lifetime's worth. But last cat video after 2.1 thousand. Then piss poor numbers. 1.4, 1.9, 1.1, 618, 1.3, 9. I guess YouTube's done with me and the kitty catties. I have to find something else. Like, I'm trying to live stream today. Still on the Kohen Wiley. Anyway, to find young person, man. I grew up in the city. I know. Don't call young tan people boy. You probably don't want to call old tan people boy either. I learned young and I learned hard. You don't call them that. No matter what Howard Cosell used to say about all young men of all colors, if they weren't as old as Howard Cosell, he called everybody boy. Yeah, if you let that influence you in the city in Los Angeles in 1975, get ready to spit blood and teeth. Have your nose punched real good. The fine young man at the heart or whatever, he ended up with, the only thing he regretted is that he should have just let George Floyd have the cigarettes. And there's no adults in our world that have the ear of that fine young man to say, hey, dude, that's not on you. The failure to train and supervise, which is the problem we have with law enforcement, because we talk so much about cops and it's so big, you know, it happens everywhere, which I guess here's the failure to train and supervise, tied back to something else I rant about all the time. This is why I do improv theater or whatever. Can you imagine Scott under duress or anybody else, whoever happens across this? Why, when I try to put together a video, if I stay on topic enough that I want a 10-minute video and I've run my mouth for a whole hour. Oh no, I misspelled watch. 20 hours later when I'm done editing to get my 10 minutes out. See if it takes me, and then I have to retake pieces because damn, Dean, can't you ever stay on target? No, I can't. Failure in the duty to train and supervise, and I still can't find the 500-page document that I got between 2012 and 2014. That's the title of it. Came from a gigantic law school like Stanford, or I don't remember where, in accumulation with a bunch of other lawyer people. And it's some lawyer lady wrote it as a postdoctoral thing. It was called The Duty to Train and Supervise, and it had particularly to do with law enforcement as diminished by recent court rulings, meaning that the courts were now not holding trainers and supervisors responsible, and this went back to 2012. Well, to some of these businesses, it doesn't matter if they burn the Walmart down and loot it and everything else in Mississippi. Please don't, people. Don't do that. Don't crap where you eat, no matter what. And don't let outsiders come in there and crap in your food bowl. Walmart won't care. Their insurance will pay for some of it, and you paying higher prices for the rest of your life will pay for it. For them to build a new one. I call that spaghetti noodling conversations. Like a noodle touches another noodle and then goes a different direction. Exactly. Failure in the duty to train and supervise equals our, and I'm going to say really young people, because they were both teenagers. Not a tab, a space, equals the fine young person at that George Floyd store and the girl of Subway in NC. Just two young people in our world who had no adult supervision. It's a very important thing. First, 1 hour needs 20 hours of editing to get a 10-minute video, laughing face. At least. And then retakes and reshoots and never mind. It just all goes in a dumpster. I lose. That's why I just do these things the way I do these things. Trying to do it another way doesn't work. During the time of George Floyd, that was a tough time. We had George Floyd, we had COVID lockdowns, we had everything. NC Subway shooting. Spring Lake, North Carolina. Now it's saying she was 15. It's been a whole year and 3 months. Yeah. I'd always heard 16 going on 17. There's a video, 16-year-old. Let's go. Oh, whatever the ads are. The ads have to go away. Shut up, shut up, shut up. A Subway employee was shot by a customer during an apparent altercation inside the business, Spring Lake police said. Officers responded about 5 p.m. to the fast food restaurant. Found a 15-year-old employee with a gunshot wound inside. Everyone wore a mask. Nobody in the video had one on. The gas prices were $1.30 per gallon. The video showed prices at $2.49. The short version of this story is about another young person. And this is a very sanitized. They charge a 37-year-old. Now, think about this. A 37-year-old, her skin is 37 years old. No grown-up would consider shooting a young girl, a 15-year-old girl, in the face through a glass door over mayonnaise. And that's me saying, is it really over mayonnaise? No, it's over that the employee who was wearing the title of manager at 15 or 16 years old. No 15 or 16-year-old person is the manager of anything. They're not old enough. They're not experienced enough. Come up with a new term. This is how bad we lie to our employees and lie to ourselves and all this other horse crappery we do as a society. It ends up, why did the 15 or 16-year-old girl think that she had any right, rhyme, or reason in this world to scream and yell and cuss and raise hell with a 37-year-old about mayonnaise on a sandwich? And then what drives an allegedly 37-year-old to turn around, walk out to their car, and come back and try to KIA? And I keep saying it in lots of things. There are fates worse than death, especially in the G-word trades. Permanently blind, permanently whatever. I still don't know if the employee girl, the minor child, the 12-year-old girl, manager of the store, is even out of the hospitals yet. And if she is, she has to live forever with that bullet in her noggin, blind, whatever else comes with from the brain damage of getting shot in the head. Derek was at the Boston Marathon event as a security over the backpack. A lot of facts show the event was that algorithms. The algorithms. Well, maybe. I have yet to see anything credible or have witness. I don't know. I wasn't there. All I know is what came out of it is the only reality I deal with. What's more important, whether or not somebody did something at Building 7 on September 11th or 20 years of epic failure, so-called war in Afghanistan? Let's see, who was in charge when we went over there? Taliban. Who's in charge now? Taliban. What did we spend 20 years there for? Don't know. It's like they never even happened. Wow. Except that I have told on a previous live stream somewhere. And maybe one day I'll either find it and snip it, or I'll just do one dedicated to only that one topic. Gina, wherever you are in this world, my baby, the destiny of things, well met. One of my babies in the security training industry lost her father in Afghanistan. And she's a super smart kid and really cool, and I hope she's doing well in this world. Our paths only crossed for a short time. Anyway, it wasn't all about mayonnaise. It was about first mayonnaise, and that the 15-year-old probably, I don't know for a fact, but I sure do wish her parents were suing the hell out of Subway and let somebody do an investigation into it and find out, was that owner or manager or local franchisee or whatever was happening at that Subway, why would a 15-year-old girl fight so hard with a customer over the redoing of sandwiches? Because they were probably taking them out of her pay. Because that's how employers do. If the customer gets something for free, you'll pay for it. And it's illegal. It's against the law. But that's what we do in this country at every level, private and public. We're all corrupt. So why would a 15-year-old think that she was entitled to cuss out an adult and throw her out of the store without any sandwiches? Because I said in the previous one, why did Copper in Ferguson? Because he'd never been punched in the head before. Well, a good rap in the teeth or a smack in the mouth used to be how allegedly we got ourselves straightened out in America, or a spanking or something. And then what was going on? I'd love to interview this fool, and hopefully life without a chance of parole. I'd love to go sit down and talk to Alyssa Jewel Reed of Fayetteville and say, what in the hell over sandwiches? And it doesn't matter what any 15-year-old girl says to you. What did they do to you so bad that you went out to your car and retrieved a weapon and came back and used it and left that girl permanently alive suffering? Inquiring minds want to know. Wireless metal launching peacekeeping device. Yep. We're not supposed to say the G word. I already said I would mark this one for adults only later. If I'd had time, I would have tried to figure it out prior to putting it live. But obviously it's already been not widely spread or whatever. I picked the wrong damn Saturday because it's still one watching now. Thank you, Under Duress Scott. Question mark. If people knew the truth, there would have been a very successful outing of the criminals in power. Yeah. I do not know what restaurants may. Oh yeah. It's not just and the servers, and they're not supposed to. It's immoral, it's illegal. And my poor granddaughter, when she had her first job, the asshole wouldn't pay her. And her parents had already told her, never mention that around Papa Deanery because he's a hard ass and he's a stupid and he's a this and he's a that. And she let it slip one time, and I said, all right, sit around and act like an adult. Are you going to go back and get your money from that bum? She said, no. I said, can I have your permission, young lady, to go and straighten him out? Because if he'll do it to you, what else is he doing wrong? I'm a great believer in that, too. That if they do that much to mistreat one person, how much are they doing to mistreat another? But yep, they say if you, as the Subway sandwich maker, sorry, Subway, all of the sandwich shops, I don't know the other ones, because the only one I eat at currently is Subway. There. I'm trying to yin and yang. And the only one I eat at, I'm very lucky, because I have one in my town that whether the owner manager guy is there or not, the employees never complain about their manager. As soon as I go eat somewhere and the employees are so fed up with their own job that they're complaining about their job to the customer, I don't go back. You're speaking a lot of solid things. I hope to. I hope I don't idle words. I hope I don't use those, even though I do many times. And I would have to go ask my wife or ask you, sir, the exact quote or phrase, and I'm not going to look it up. I'm going to stay on target. Every word will be judged or accounted for or counted. It's a very complicated phrase, and my wife does it much better than me. I've tried to convince her to start a real podcast, no visual, doing audio, and let me cut in the video of like the page of the Bible she's reading out of and zoom it big on the screen, because she's really good at it like you are, sir, and I am not. But yes, lots of restaurants, bars take it. If somebody walks out on their bar bill, the owner of the restaurant will come take it out of the tip jar. Every idle word shall come into judgment. Yes, that. I try to behave and use less F words and all, filler words. Mainly because my wife makes me 1,000 times better me than I would be without her. She's a good person. And she forces me to be a better people than I even want to be. So, yep, I'd love to interview all of them. But yes, business owners, and that's what I was on with yesterday. This poor friend of mine, he thought he had an exit. I burnt a favor to get him in touch with who thinks they're management after all these years that they're not really. They have all kinds of titles and yes. Under duress asked in the chat, is your wife the one that was turned off by my use of sentence enhancers? Yes. And mainly because you slipped the F-bomb, which I slip probably double digits of time every day, and it makes her wince. So it wasn't that you used it once, it's that I use it too many hundreds of times every single day that she's, just burnt. She's burned out on that one word. So I pretty much ruined that for you, sir. But it is what it is. Bar, restaurant owners, the friend of mine. He did telephone interviews. He did emails back and forth. He did a Zoomer. It wasn't Zoom, not a sponsor, but you could be. Microsoft Teams, a video interview with who's allegedly so-called, even in writing, the regional vice president or regional executive vice president over 5 states, blah, 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 super high up in the corporation. And the guy tells him, and I missed it. I forgot to say, hey, friend of mine, call that dude back or whatever. Say you put it in writing so that when I don't have the job the very next day, I can go to the management in wherever the management headquarters is and say, look, I got it from your executive vice president in writing. I dropped the ball. Sorry, friend. I talked to them long and hard yesterday and apologized profusely. And I apologized in writing. I forgot, friend. I forgot. Yeah, me too, sir. Your chat popped up right as I was profusely sorry and apologizing to someone else about something else. But I noticed that the chat lag time is getting longer and longer the more we stream about this. Part of going deep is that the bots delay you more so they can crunch on what you're talking about better. So what had happened is my friend the next day hits up this guy that allegedly hired him, got him an exit from the hellhole that he works now, and it's no different than all the hellholes. I don't know of a good place to work right now, anywhere in this whole country. The best you're going to get is some money for a while and then laid off when they switched. Yeah, especially after discussing the events. Those events, controversial, let's say controversial or oft discussed. Yeah, the tubes don't like it. Which I knew. I was taking my chances. Talking about all these things. Dead babies. Take that, YouTube. Because it's factually what happened. Oh, did you know that child was unalived? Go say that to that child's mother and I'll give you a good smack in the face. Back like 1930s. Controversial. I don't remember what else they all. Disputed facts. There's disputed facts. That's why I fall back on never mind that. That was the spark at the center of a nationwide and in some cases global unrest. Mostly peaceful, mostly. The silliness we have to do. But who really matters is these fine young people of all ages that are stuck at the eye of this storm or whirlwind. I thought I wrote it somewhere. But, you know, and it's again, I defer to the betters than me because I'm got so brain overwhelmed with policy and Supreme Court cases and, you know, what is in policy, out of policy, the law, the updated law, the recent Supreme Court that I say recent, but it was last year sometime, maybe a year and a month ago. Can't even remember the name of the case anymore. Came out of that Texas case where the last district is now forced, which I was part of, that we go by the totality of the circumstance rather than the moment of threat. And when you're talking about deadly force and G words, that's what it is in law enforcement, security, and military. That's when they say deadly force using weapons, they mean guns. They're just too stupid to say gun when they mean it. The true weapon is between your ears. We need some adult supervision. Age doesn't matter. Age truly is just a number. I would love to do a long interview with Alyssa Jewel Reed. Why'd you shoot that bird, asshole? That's another one from a fantastic movie. Everybody go watch it. In the Line of Fire. 1993. It's 33 years old now. Clint Eastwood. Renee, what's her name? Nay. And John Malkovich. My favorite part, and it's very hard to find a clip because it's only my favorite part. Photo. Hello, Photo. Clint Eastwood is a mean looking guy. I wish I had Clint Eastwood good looks and tough guy looks. There he is. He's showing off his. They keep threatening, and that's what California ghost gun bans are. I laughed the other day talking to someone about it. Let me make a note. Sorry, gotta make a note. 2, 45, and 20. Ghost G words and in the line of fire. Why'd you shoot that bird? A dash dash hole. He had lots of model catalogs, the John Malkovich character. Let me zoom it this way. And this guy played a hunter. And he was out test driving his polymer goes through metal detectors gun. And he said, "That's neat. Can I check it out?" So he took John Malkovich's metal detector proof ghost gun and shot a bird with it. And so then John Malkovich reloaded it and shot the hunter with it and said, "Why'd you kill that bird, asshole?" And I love it. I have to play it on my machine and clip it myself someday. So that if I ever get to doing videos that involve a reaction, I can not say it. I can just play it. Poor little kitties. Only got 9 views. Lonely little kitty catties. What is Discord has notifications on it suddenly? And I lost my chat. Find the chat. Controls, which was a multi-trillion-dollar agenda. I personally sifted through hundreds of hours of facts, dozens of controversial events to learn that they didn't happen. I became obsessed because of how all the talking heads and alternative outlets were pushing the narratives as if they actually happened. Yeah, it's a tough one, and you're a big brave for. I don't even know what to say, and I don't want to point the bots to take a harder look at anybody's direction. But well met, sir. If we both get banned from the tubes, we'll say, well, we had that together, and at least we got each other's phone numbers. Now we'll have to go figure out something else. Back on track. We were talking about management, no adult supervision, the fine young people of all ages that suffer. My friend, he has to reach out to this guy that thinks he's something, and no matter how many times he gets squished by his own bosses, this poor guy, we're all Charlie Browns, and the world is Lucy holding a football. And we all just keep running again and again and again at every level. This time she's not going to pull it away, and we're not going to fall on our back. And the guy that said, "You're hired, you got the job, you're free from that asshole employer of yours," has to send him back. When I coaxed my friend into, "Hey, send that guy that offered you the job." Well, then should I get with the person that does registrations in our state and get registered? And of course, he finally sends it to the guy, and the guy has to send back, "We have decided to go with a different candidate." Which means guy got home they sent him from another state to my state to get to hire somebody to run this division of the company. And they offered it to a friend of mine. But when the guy who did the hiring in words only, because they told him that's what he was here to do, got back home, he got told by the corporate office 10 states away, "We've decided that so-and-so is hired." And they may be sending someone in from a different state. And now everybody's got foot and mouth problems. What we have here is a failure to communicate. That's what voting is. Like Lucy holding the football, yeah. And I'm not afraid to admit, I've admitted on previous live streams and faced the wrath of the hordes of religious voters. I have never voted and probably never will, because in my lifetime, and probably my grandparents' lifetime, voting has always been a choice between evil and the lesser evil. And I refuse to lend my voice or my vote to anything that's evil. When a good person runs for an office, I probably won't vote for them either, because if I can get their ear, I'm going to tell them, either you're not as good as you hold yourself out to be, or you're going to get eaten alive going to whatever office you think you're going to hold. They won't have you. They will destroy you. Why? Because darkness is repulsed by light. So when I call someone Charlie Brown, I'm talking about people that think they can vote their way out of this. Man, we all got to click our heels together and say there's no place like home in some way. Because a lot of us don't have coping skills. All right, let's get back on target. These events, what do they have in common? Police, and it's another thing. It's not just the cops. Cops don't choose to do this, but they are over-adrenalized people who were bullied in their life that they can't wait to get out in the world and abuse their power. I mean, protect and serve. Serve and protect. Private businesses should provide their own private security, who is not immune from nothing. If you got a problem with loss prevention and you're wanting to have the children of alleged thieves who may or may not have actually stolen, it may have been a mistake from the beginning. Could have been. I don't care. Is a stolen pack of diapers or let's take it in a light, most lenient towards these alleged hero police. Let's say that these two women of childbearing years, along with their 1-year-old child, conspired and operated, in a sense, to steal a pack of diapers from the Walmart. And then, when instead of Walmart's loss prevention laying down in the fetal position and telling the thieves that they have children, which is what I quit training Walmart security a long time ago, when that's what they wanted me to train their security, is that if a shoplifter becomes aggressive because you, as loss prevention or security, tried to delay them at the door, roll up in a fetal position on the floor and tell them you have children. I said, I refuse. Not even, I made good money being a security instructor for Walmart through 10 levels of subcontracts. Everybody's got corporate layered liability protection. Why then did you call the police on these two if they brazenly walked in there, took their diapers, and walked out and showed their hand to the manager and said, talk to the hand because the face don't understand, and we having these effing diapers and F you, and walked out? Why did they get cops called on them when no one else does? Number one. Number two, Walmart. Why do you call the police at all? Knowing that the cops are going to come shoot up your whole parking lot. I probably should have took off and gone over and watched Stewart's body camera reactions, his and everybody else's police activity. Man, it seems like 4 out of 10 police activity, police body cams, reactions, whether they're reaction channels or just, this is what happened. Here's the video channels. Happened in Walmart parking lots or Walmart stores. Walmart and towns, cities, and counties. Tell Walmart no. That's what I was looking for at the planning commission thing. That now my comment's gone from Marie's video. Their whole planning commission meeting, they're sitting there talking about what can they do about cars parking on the sidewalks and noise things through their city township planning division. Nothing. That's a law enforcement matter. Stop talking about it. Find the internet like I did and look up. Do you need the township to send the code enforcement guy or the contract township planning office? It's a contractor. The hell is he gonna do? A noise complaint is called disturbing the peace. It's a crime. Call the cops. Cops. Police chiefs and departments everywhere, regardless of what the mayor says. Go tell your dispatchers we don't take theft calls from Walmart. We have better things to do. We have policing to do. If Walmart don't care about its loss prevention, we don't. But see, I'm just screaming into the void now because I know Walmart has special government compacts and contracts with the states and the cities and the counties and everybody's. Because when you're Walmart, when you're the company store, go back to the old days of the Rockefellers and all them, you own the place. You are the commercial king. Don't make us pack our Walmart up and leave your town. Because it would kill my town that lies and calls itself a city. Pays off-duty police officers for their security, but want why even call police for alleged theft? Yes, lots of places do. Walmart does not usually engage in that, and that's the problem. Again, if you can get James White or anybody with a real voice in this world to go listen to my 2 7-hour, 7-minute videos, it's all about the first one. Live streams. His name is Dennis Bodden. There's a huge company out of Texas, now combined with another huge company out of Virginia, that have got all of us North Carolina cops working their off-duty hours in private security in their police uniforms and cars, which is illegal in North Carolina. There it is. 5 months ago. NCDPS's PPSB a show. RIP Irina Zarutska and Dennis Bodden. Dennis Bodden got KIA'd right outside of Charlotte, North Carolina by an off-duty cop working security. It's all illegal. I did 7 hour. I did 2 14 hours and 14 minutes on the injustice. It's wrong on every level. The company that runs these cops around illegally in North Carolina is out of Texas. Hey, North Carolina cops that want to supplement your income on the weekend stealing my private security guards' jobs, move to Texas. Hey, North Carolina government, do something about it. I gave you 14 hours and 14 minutes worth of videos. That's all I can do. But we're talking about dead babies. Yeah, if you can get James White, man, dude, you got a voice. You want to affect change? They'd listen to you. They're sure as hell not going to listen to me. All right, it's all good. You do what you can with what you have, or you get judged harshly. By who? By yourself. Private business to even touch a thief, even when they are caught in the act of theft. You cannot use force, unreasonable force, to protect property. That's why the Walmart, the original version of Walmart training for security or loss prevention was, make a good judgment call, use your words. Words are force. Tell them, hey, we've called the police. You're not free to leave. And if they leave, let them. But try. But that's as far as you go. Don't go hands on. Because the reason that they do this and they have a hands off policy for their own people, but they'll call the idiot cops is because the cops have immunity. Well, if you called the police there and they did a bad thing, that's why Ben Crump and James White even said it. He hopes Walmart gets sued for a lot of money. I heard her screaming one day and looked over to see a man grabbing a woman. He had a hold of her arms and was blocking her from getting into her own car. Wanting to help the woman, I ran to her aid. I squared up with the guy and said, "What the F is going on here?" Ready to rumble. He immediately told me that this was his store and she had been stealing. He had he had her purse and began unloading all the things she had nabbed. I decided that I'm not going to enforce wicked laws which prevent a shop owner from repossessing his merchandise. Well, it's the great trade-off that you have to consider the security and the losses, and what do you do reasonably, and what do you have to do if you want your insurers to cover those kind of losses. What does your insurers require you to do? When you're a mega monster like Walmart, they don't care. Their losses are covered, even if they got sued. And that's what I typed under the guy that typed. I put a million many hearts to you, sir. Or I didn't say sir because I don't remember if it was clear. But a million many hearts to whoever wrote the comment. They need to sue Walmart for $1 billion. I said they do, and a million many hearts to you. But if they did, Walmart would just raise the prices on key items a cent and make back $20 billion within 6 months after. But that's okay. They would feel it for a second. And it would be known to others. It's a complicated thing. And nothing anybody does is going to bring back. And that's it's defeatist to say, well, you're running your mouth about this. Nothing you can say is going to bring back that kid. But it might keep the next one from getting KIA'd. That's why we have to try in this world and scream into this void. And so, let's get back to, as far as I know, these Wileys are not related to this Wiley. Man, it's storming hard. The power keeps flicking off and on. But I have a battery. Ghost G words. Yeah, that's the big scare now. It's those polymer guns that can't be metal detected. Good gosh, that was so 1993. Yes, private businesses should, and whether or not, man, that's the 1 billion making 20. It's not capitalism, that's corporatism. Yep, injustices do abound. How many 1-year-olds is your cheap pa worth? But in my idea, cops would say to the likes of Walmart and everybody else, large and small, don't call us about your alleged theft or shoplifting. Other than, we'll put it in the logs, not reports. We're not sending a cop to waste police time to write a fancy ass report that you said this and they said that. And man, you're Walmart. You got the videos. Upload the videos. Dox the people. Ask for the community's assistance. Make a Walmart theft community watch page. And say, hey, neighbors, help us out. We're poor little Walmart and we lost a pack of diapers. But have the government people tell them, man, we don't care. That old smoke, there's fire thing that idiot Dean says. Yeah, if there's that much smoke and fire, then put a gate at the entrance to your damn Walmart and let people in and out. But don't call the cops. They're going to red rum a little child. And I don't care what else you call it. Even the cops. You take the good out of the hour and 8 minutes or however many minutes it was I watched of that stupid 3 cops, 1 donut, which I laugh about them 2 cops, 1 donut. We all know that comes from the 2 girls, 1 cup. So are you guys crap eaters too? I guess they don't have enough outsiders like me to say, that's not a good idea for a name for your channel. Even in the heat of the moment, I investigated what was taking place before going hands on, though it looked like a man was roughing up a woman. And she looked like the victim, yeah. And it's more of my defense classes. Again, Sonia Blades had so many and been the assistant trainer or the trainer, and I assisted her. Well met, Elizabeth. That, man, is it your job or duty to do that stuff? If you're a public police officer, your job isn't to go worry about whether or not, people that steal from Walmart usually have profitable out-of-date registrations, or they don't have insurance on their car, all that. Back in the day, they call it COPS. C.O. and community oriented. And it all comes back from the world famous Rudy Giuliani in New York, aggressive policing, but lie about it and call it something else. We're not aggressively policing you. We're being cops, community oriented. We're getting in amongst you people and meeting you. Where if you find a window ajar or a window broken, there's probably a robbery going on inside or a home invasion. And when you pull over people with no registration, out-of-date registration and inspection stickers, you'll find out those are the drug dealers. People that are a little bit bad or a lot bit bad. And all we did was empower our police to run around. And it's something I learned my first day in large metropolitan. Now we're in a uniform sitting butts in a police car. In a large metropolitan, the field training officer, don't speak in acronyms either, the FTO, field training officer, about lesson 3 or 4 in, was, we don't light up or pull over, turn the lights and sirens on the lowrider go see the 1980s. We don't pull over the lowrider full of gang members with gold-plated AKs. Look around. We're in Los Angeles. You're going to find a blue-haired little old lady in a Mercedes-Benz. We pull her over so that we're busy. And when you walk up to her window, hit her tail light with your 8D cell mag light as you're approaching. And then we'll stand around and listen to that little old lady talk for 45 minutes. Get her out of the car for her safety and yours. Show her the tail light. Listen to her tell you about her grandchildren. Because as long as you're spending your time doing something like that and writing a little old lady in a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW a ticket that she's just going to pay, you're not getting beat up by the gang members in that lowrider with the gold-plated AKs. That's real-world policing circa 1990. Many times police officers have earned an arse beating or worse. Sir James calls it foreseeable consequences. Yeah, the problem is that the cops that earn it never get it. The bad guys store up their energies, and man, there's world famous viral videos where I hate when now don't make me back up the cops, you butthole really truly bad guys. But I do love me some cops, because cops can accidentally do a good thing, like scare away a criminal. Criminals can't. A cop riding dirty, rolling down my neighborhood so he can park in, let's just say, the least bad of what police do. Ride around my neighborhood so he can take himself a nap because he's been on the clock for 27 hours or some damn thing that they make police do. That cop car sitting there in the dark will keep a bad guy from doing stuff to me in my neighborhood. No honest villain, no good, honest working thief is going to scare away another one. But man, go look at a long ago video. I'm not going to search for it. It's a really tiny little woman, and I could go another whole 8-hour stream about, are these diversity hires, or do we just, whoever's dumb enough that we can convince them to put their warm ass in a cold cop car seat, we've got to fill the cop cars. I talk all the time about how right now Durham, North Carolina is alleging, and they're lying, their arse is off, that they're only 30% short of complete staffing. I mean, that's 30% of the cops that if they didn't have a budget and a city plan and everything else every year for exactly that many police, that they're 30% short. Why? Because the crime in there requires that many police. But man, she wasn't wider than she is tall, but a little lady police officer goes up to like a 6'5", a huge guy, and he roundhouse haymakers her off her feet onto the hood of her car. And I don't approve, because she probably didn't earn that. Some big old cop that could overpower him. Or he just watched too many, no one's forcing the bad guys to watch bad guys getting what they deserve from our police videos. The bad guys are only going to see cops being bad guys to people, and they learn to really, really, really hate cops. It's always the ones that don't deserve it, like 1-year-olds, that end up getting the abuse caused by their coworkers. Sir James read one of my comments where I said I would not assist a cop in a fight. If he hadn't known it was me, he would have deleted my comment. But he said he knew me and knew I must have meant something different than what he perceived. Yeah. Kruger and Caroline Rodriguez. Do I need to search that? Let's search it. What is Caroline Rod? A musical artist? Kruger knocked her out for asking questions while recording. What in the world? See, why is Google search not telling me that? Explore the latest on back in April. Police union defends Fort Worth officer fired for injuring. Oh, that goes all the way back to 2024. And it's still ongoing. April 13th, 2026. Started December 19th, 2024. Man. Yep. Can't remember Kruger's first name. I just had it on the screen and then I closed it. Doesn't matter. No women, no children. There's no reason to be hitting on women. Dudes. Doesn't matter if they hit you first. Subdue them. Take them under control and pretend you're in a movie from the 1940s. You're not allowed to slap them open hand across the face anymore. And you weren't back then. That was just the movies. Say, give them a little light shaking and say, come to your senses, woman. All right. Went on the rants. Went on the things. Cops. Yes. Polices. Governments. I'm really. I'll find the screenshots. I'll get them over to Marie somehow about. Did you get any notification, Marie, that they deleted the comment? It vanished. About stay in your own lane. That's what her whole video is about. These idiots talking around and around and around about what are they going to do about grass cutting when they'd already decided 2 meetings ago and 1 meeting ago, we're not interested in that. The secretary of Huntington Township said, well, we could send a letter. And I wrote in the comment, no, 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 no. No, lady secretary. Anybody that calls and complains to you about their neighbor's grass, tell them the number you called is out of order and hang up on them. I didn't write all that. I wrote, tell them no. Tell them, you know what you need to do? You probably need to go hire several attorneys and consult with lawyers about what you can do about your neighbor's lawns. Don't have your planning people and your inspections people start allowing BS code enforcement, and you cannot, you may not send city public works workers or township, whatever a township is in Pennsylvania. You can't send the public works guy, the guy that unclogs the sewers. You're going to send him out to do a law enforcement task? Well, that's impersonating law enforcement. Like doing something or writing people civil fines for parking their cars on the sidewalks. And so I had put in in my comment to Marie, that's a law enforcement function. Here's the laws in Pennsylvania. Call the cops. But about cutting the grass, don't call the cops. Call yourself a private attorney or pack your crap and leave the township. Or buy the whole thing. Make us an offer we can't refuse. If you want control over everything that surrounds you, buy it. We live in a capitalist society. Walmart, stop calling the police. If they didn't do anything aggressive or violent that constitutes a real crime, a crime of violence, while trying to steal from your damn store, get it written in your policies, get it trained throughout your employment, make every employee sign a thing. Did thief hurt someone in this store? If yes, if you check the yes box, call 911. If no, go back to work. Fill out your whatever incident report you got to fill out. You can't have different standards for different times and then lead to a question like, is it because it was two very tan women? Not even the appearance of impropriety, beyond a shadow of a doubt. And then in the other end of my, can you actually teach someone who doesn't want to learn something? Local governments, especially the police, find yourself something better to do than go messing around with larcenies from Walmart, shopliftings. Tell Walmart to improve their private security and put their private security at risk. Or we'll be there when we can get there. But that also requires remembering. I'm very aware that the reality is the law enforcement agencies are 30 to 55% understaffed. Lots of people that we used to once upon a time allegedly, policing now is nowhere near as bad of criminal as when I got in. They were out red rumming each other. Go see the 1995. There it was. There went Rampart incident. When I was at a large metropolitan police academy, one of the longest classes and repeat, and everybody had, when we had the same instructor for a different module, we'd all go back to that. Wait, what are you talking about? Our biggest problem here at one or the other between LAPD and LASD, allegedly, hypothetically, in a space opera. What do you mean our biggest problem is with them? Yeah, they're criminals, and they hide their criminal enterprise behind badges. Yep, true story. I think it was 95. Rampart Division scandal. Police corruption scandal that unfolded in Los Angeles, California during the late 90s and early 2000s. There was a catalyst incident. Man, it was 97. Must have been 95 was the Bank of America shootout. Got the cops rubbing all over ARs. People choose to forget that. We were outgunned. You're still outgunned. You ain't got full auto super shooters. You got some stuff close, but The bad guys at the Bank of America had 100-round magazines on their AKs. Yeah. In a road rage shootout. 6 to 8 years before that is when I was immersed in the police versus sheriff's controversies or non-events or nothing ever happened. Don't worry about it. These aren't the droids you're looking for. I can't remember Cruiser. The Vietnamese man slamming someone's head to the ground is deadly force. Have you trained bouncers at taverns? No. I don't ever involve myself with the off books people. You don't have to have anything in North Carolina. You want to be a bouncer at a place, a strip joint or a bar or whatever, go for it. Don't wear a security shirt. Roadhouse had me wanting to become a bouncer. I love martial arts, kickboxing, and had a lot of specialty moves that I used to practice with a lot of my sparring partners. I wanted to beat up violent people. Yeah, there's something. Yeah, it's a lot of the highly aggressive men, some women, police that we have these days. We coach them through their. They may or may not have fully. We don't say it's pass or fail, but they left a couple question marks over some people's heads during their psychological pre-screening. What happens is that when they get in academy time and we've got them on, now they're a captive audience, then you go to them and you say, hey, look, you got to rein this in or you got to rein that in. We understand, but make sure before you go raining those elbows of hell, is what we used to call it once upon a time, allegedly. Not really, in fiction. Before you go raining those elbows of hell all over somebody, which isn't really elbows, it's forearms, make sure they deserve it. Some jackass spits in your face, wipe it off. Some jackass throws his fist, get busy on him before that fist impacts you. It's a reality of how do you teach cops? I teach cops. As much as I hate them, especially when I could make money at it, I try to teach them. The G word is your last option. I could spend 8 hours on the 4 fundamental rules of firearm safety by themselves. If you get those down, you ain't got to worry about all the laws and codes and ordinances and procedures and policies. Just 4. Let's pay attention to 4. But you got to protect the protector. Yes, and I teach in all my classes. I don't care what I'm teaching. I used to teach my computer technician interns and apprentices. You got to be safe. You got to go home at the end of every shift as unhurt and unsued as possible. Did I first ever start hearing that in the police businesses? Yes. But am I smart enough to say, well, man, that applies to everybody? See the Subway sub girl a while ago. Is it worth getting shot in the face over? It seemed like a just career. Hollywood does influence the entire culture. Yep, it sure does. I heard they remade Roadhouse, but I never even cared enough to look it up. I've seen the original once. Finally, in the last 5 years, friends of mine said, "Man, you've never seen Roadhouse? You got to see it." So I watched it. The 4 fundamentals of firearm safety: treat it like it's loaded always. I always say always. Say always twice. Always treat it like it's loaded always. Number 2, after 1986, they say point it in a safe direction. Before 1996, they said never point it at anything you're not willing to kill or destroy. But the Reagan administration decided that those were the strong words. We can't associate strong words like that. See, this word mincing and lying is not new. Go read George Orwell's 1984. The lag is about 5 seconds, 8 to 12. That's cool. Anyway, number 2, point it in a safe direction. Number 3, keep your finger off that trigger until on target, ready to shoot, and are going or willing to. Number 4, know your target, what's around it, and beyond it. I'm pre-1986. Yeah, me too. I am of a certain age, and the Marine Corps brought it back. I don't remember if it was 1121 or 1120, but the Marine Corps went back to the old way. They got tired of, wait, we got rid of kill and destroy out of the United States MF and Marines because those are strong words. Those are triggering words. Yep, true story. The Marine Corps said, we're the Marines. We got to be able to use some strong words. I love you, Marine Corps. Everything else might be crazy, but at least you guys got that right, independent of all, even the owners of the Marine Corps, the Navy. They still use safe. Point it safe. That's not what G words are used for in the military concept or aspect. All right, we did a quick romp down G word safety. We did all that. Yes, Walmart, stop calling the police. All shops, stop calling the police. If you don't want your little shop burnt down, or you don't want the blood of innocents on your hands, and go ahead, I'll guarantee you, somebody find me whoever at that Walmart called the police and tell me that they're A-okay with it. Hey, man, don't mean nothing, don't mean a thing. And I'll show you somebody that's wrong in their mind and a liar. We're all humans. We all have to say to ourselves at night, 03, 32, 36. Recap. Private people, provide your own private security. Police everywhere. Do not answer those calls. You don't want to be shoplifted? Man, go look at the madness that's happening in California, and they're closing down all the stores in San Francisco because the cops ain't coming. Well, I hate to say for everybody to take this from the San Francisco level, but we can't have our police, even if everything came out righteous. Let's say it all comes out at the expense of that poor 1-year-old, which they're going to try to brew it into. James White has discussed it well. Go watch his videos. They're going to try to twist this into bringing charges against the mother for child neglect, or if not for her and her actions, which is, that has to do everything with civil law, like for money law. If she tried to sue Walmart civilly, they would be able to say it's called. Man, it was right there and there. It was right gone. I've been a long time streaming with nothing to drink. Mm. And I don't know these legal terms because I'm anything with the law. I avoid courts and lawyers like the plague. But I teach this stuff to private security. And the most important part of that is liability. And man, we just discussed it in Law Talk with Mike's channel the other day again. It's not vicarious liability. It's a certain type of, it's either liability or responsibility. Is how much of this do you own? If the mother, I'm sorry, ma'am, please, if anybody's getting her across these messages, this part is not for you. This is hypothetically in a weird textbook academia. Because I see these things that fast. I thought you had a coffee. Yeah, I did, but that was, when did we take the break? It was a long time ago. I already drank it. And I drank a bunch of apple juice that was left over. I haven't had my proper fill of water today. I know I didn't delete it. 1:49 p.m. It's 4:01. I've been over 2 hours and 10 minutes. Through coffee beans. Yep. Good answer. Good answer. Do not answer those calls. It'll come to me later. What it's called. It's sitting there right at the edge of my mind and my mouth. It's called, I remember, before I take a break. In civil or for money law, the term is contributory negligence. That's not supposed to apply so heavily in criminal law. And see, this is where I could, as a consultant or whatever, because I do those things on a consultant level in the use of force and whatever. And it doesn't matter whether I hold myself out as you stupid PPSB, because every time this comes up, since you're bullshit, PPSB, North Carolina, and I'm especially when I'm dealing with it in another state, I just tell the lawyers, man, you got to put me on your payroll. Sorry, my state effed me up. I can't use my own business anymore. But when it involves force, who better than a 35 and a half years person at an instructor and supervisor and owner of private business company to consult with, who's been involved in XYZ number of cases. And that only one ever ended up in court, and that was one that I wasn't paid as a consultant. I was subpoenaed in because the asshole lawyer didn't want to pay anybody to have an expert witness, which involved a Walmart parking lot. True story. But it's all right. If I had to and they offered me money, I know what makes my world go round and I need money. I would happily sit down with their attorneys, which they don't need me to. Walmart's got tens of millions of dollars of lawyers not on retainer. That's what they have their insurance extra for in their legal division. That's every month they probably pay 10 or 20 million dollars worth of lawyers to sit around thinking up ways to protect us from lawsuits, including motion them to death. If somebody sues us, how are you going to keep them in court for 20 years? That's without the appeals. That's what Walmart money gives you the power to do. But contributory negligence, when said something about anything, mother did not plant her feet and say, is there a controversy? The word of today's stream will be controversy. Please, I will wait right here in the doorway of this store. And may I make extra special note that I am carrying a 1-year-old child, and let's not get the child hurt. Attorneys won't take that liability. 99% of lawyers make the rest look bad. Same with cops, doctors, and politicians. Yes, exactly. And the good ones burn out and get out of the trades. Mechanics, maybe. For the love of money is the root of all evil. Yep. And so, wherein lies the contributory negligence or the appearance of impropriety? She was holding the child in her lap in the front seat of the car, not buckled in. Her or the child was not in a child safety seat. If the child had been in the back seat in a child safety seat, then we'd be talking about the Philando Castile event. And digging into that after it happened, and I'm not going to write a note. Sorry, everybody. I'm tired and I want some coffee. I'll just put another equals. See Philando Castile. P-H-I Lando. C-A-S-T-I-L-L-E. I believe that's how it's spelled. Spell checker didn't say it's wrong. Bad Miracles. 6X. 6X. Bad Miracles. That's another term of mine. Go look up Philando Castile yourself. If his miracle body had not stopped those rounds, at least 4 of them, when they put the little dowels through the seat, would have landed in his child's car seat. I'm a great believer in a lot of things. But that is a horrifying incident. Go find the full 10-minute version video. That it's 2 minutes of BS, about 10 seconds of shooting, and then 8 minutes before someone finally turned the damn camera off of the guy that KIA'd Philando Castile standing there empty skin, screaming and hollering and shouting the F word and pointing guns at a corpse and cussing and cussing and cussing and screaming like a banshee. There was no man left in that skin. I read a very excellent comment in Sir James's live stream with the 3 cops, 1 donut. The comment was about perspective of the woman not having a car seat. Yeah, I hate it. See, those 3 cops ruined it because I got good and fed up with them and their mess. I'm sure there's gold. It used to be on Facebook before I got myself perma-banned there. Then I said all the gold is in the comments and replies that nobody looks at. Even when I don't like a video, I always try to scroll the comments and replies a good bit. Because, man, there's gold in there. I can learn some stuff. But unfortunately for everybody involved, they offensed me so bad that I left the building. Elvis has left the building. But yeah, so she didn't tell her friend, whoa, don't drive. She held the baby in front of her, and I saw comments that thankfully somebody moderated, well, she used him as a human shield. What does she expect? Hey, she didn't. She wasn't in control of that vehicle. Her friend was. And things got crazy fast. And I'm not going to try to explain right here and right now what happens to time when you're under stress. And do black people in America have a reasonable fear that police are going to kill them? I don't know. I'm asking. If you asked me, I would say yes, it's a reasonable fear. But I would also say, and so does everybody else. There's a lot of gold. There sure is. So anyway, contributory negligence, I could help them. I sure won't. And I'm said all I'm going to say. You know, when you opened the door was open. You and the baby should have, what, SWAT rolled out of a moving vehicle? I don't know. But that's how lawyers will make it. If that ever gets to court, they're going to make her out to be the bad guy. And when you pay lawyers to protect you and your money in court, man, don't try to, hey, be the bad guys, but don't be that bad. No. Like, if you don't want shooting to happen in your parking lot, don't call the cops. If you don't want to expose yourself to some of the worst word smithing in the history of your morality and twisting and dementing and what are all the other words, Scott? Manipulation, accusation, the many names of the Lucifer Satan thing, the titles. That's what lawyers are paid for. I hope that if I ever need one, I have the money to pay a good one. A really good demon. I want a demon in a silk suit. Go see the Al Pacino movie. The only thing my wife remembers about it is that Al Pacino played Al Pacino again. But when the weird computer generated smile crawled across the face of the women, the beautiful, sexy girls in the elevator, it creeped my wife out so bad she talks about it almost every day. It's called Devil's Advocate. It has Keanu Reeves and the pretty blonde lady and Al Pacino. I think so, about black people having a reasonable fear, yeah. And especially when everybody in your community, your society, and your whatever, the echo chamber from the time you're born that you didn't choose to live in, but you live in, tells you that the police are going to kill you. The police are going to hurt you. The police are going to, you don't disbelieve your parents and your grandparents and your uncles and your aunts and your everything else. Hey, good lawyer is an oxymoron. Yeah, I know. And I have to be careful. I think my mother sent a picture of my little baby cousin who's almost 40 now. Ugh. Her name is Christina, but I've always called her since she was a bump in my aunt's stomach, Steiner Beaner. Almost 40. And she chose, like her father and her brother, to become a lawyer. I agree, though. When you need a lawyer, the only way to get justice in the system is to hire a man with the devils, which you get your way if you have the money. Yeah, exactly. All those lawyers of Donald Trump's that I talk in infinity crap about, I want them on my side if I end up in court. And I hope I have the money to pay them like he does. I just want them to delay, burn the other people out of lawsuit money. I don't believe that it's a misnomer to say that it's a justice or judicial system. It's a court system a la the King's Court, 1775, that we wrote a document and fought a war to get away from on paper. But then we adopted that exact system and re-empowered it, except called it governor, president, mayor instead of king. A lawyer that plays golf with the judges is a brother in the law. Yeah, man. That playing golf with the judges and all that jazz or whatever they do, or more important, they go to the lodge and buy each other drinks. That is always, doesn't matter what you know or how much money you have, if you've got a friend in the Satan business, I don't apologize, lawyers. You guys chose that trade. Be proud of it. And do a good job and don't say and go do lawyer stuff. High up the degrees of the rights, Scottish right, yep. But I really want an evil. That's I've said because my mother was trying to become a lawyer. She had got to the point of bar before she had strokes plural, and she worked for the big downtown Los Angeles law firm. But what everybody always talked about in Los Angeles when I was growing up was that the real scumbags, I mean the really successful attorneys, were the ones that worked in Century City. They called them the Twin Towers back then in Century City. They're nothing like the Twin Towers that got knocked down in New York, but they're a set of identical buildings built around a watery hole by and for attorneys. So what everybody always talked about in Los Angeles County when I was a kid is I need me a Century City silk suit attorney. Only they didn't call them attorneys. They still called them lawyers then too. Except for the Century City silk suits, they always corrected you if you said the successful attorney. Yep. And have your lawyers lined up before a bad thing happens. I have one left in my little town. Everybody else is. I've distanced myself, or they distanced themselves, or they retired, or whatever. But I have a relatively young attorney that any favor I can do for him, help him with his website, help him with his social medias, help him with something, and he helps me out from time to time. Or like I had to do a tax appeal denial on some property taxes in the county, and I sent him what I was going to send the county and asked him to proofread it and make sure I didn't say anything. And if I needed to pay him a couple bucks, I would. And he sent me back, it looks good. One spelling correction. And he said, is it all right if I take this to my friend who's a tax attorney and let him use your thing and see if any, whatever? I said, absolutely. And hey, you get enough, pass me some work. Because he had never thought about it. Like, how many times in the county are they sending these wrongful denial letters about tax deductions that the residents are owed? But he doesn't do a lot of that kind of law. He has a friend who handles that. So it ended up, I didn't get any piecework out of it or typist work. But he said thanks, and they got a couple where they just basically put their client's name at the top of the letter I had sent him, and they got their clients their tax break that they deserved and got wrongfully denied, and they didn't charge their clients. It's, hey, these are our clients, if we can do them favors, because they have us do lots of other work. It's a small town still. He hoped James White played with me to enter law school. Yeah, many people have told me over the years, but I always said no. Not my the plan. It was not my destiny. I told him why I would never practice law. A year later, he quit his practice for the same reasons I would not enter the practice. Yeah, it kind of made me sad because he really is good at it. To know that the burnout of that, and see, look at that. We all talk about the burnout we suffer with trying to make our YouTube channels or jump through these hurdles or where did my comment go on Marie's thing? What? Hey, YouTube bot, would you please let me know? Or let Marie know so she could let me know? Don't just vanish stuff. We can't fix it if we don't know what was wrong with it. And what's going to happen, and this is what they want, is that if you're not going to get up there and say exactly what, the group think or unspeak of George Orwell's 1984, if you're not going to just reprogram yourself and become a robot yourself, they'll just cancel culture you. They'll delete you. If you really want us to try to fix it, YouTube, Google bar, AI, bot, tell us what we did wrong and offer us a chance to correct it. See, it's in all trades, in all things. Police officers, when you're dealing with the people, tell them what they did wrong and whether or not you have any discretion. And if you don't have discretion, tell them, and I'm going to have to write you a ticket. I have no discretion. De-escalate things, but not just the catchphrase, not just the word. Do you really want to, no matter what you do in this life, rewind this live stream and listen to a 15 or 16-year-old girl and a 37-year-old woman went to the games of Deadly over this mayonnaise. Hello, Bill Hughes. And the other one typing in the chat a lot, his name is Scott. He goes by Under Duress. You got a lot of people tell me how impressed they are with my intelligence. I'm not really that smart. I don't like to talk about me. I don't like to show my face on my intertubes, even though I do have it up there on my G-word videos and my horse videos. As far as the streamering goes, I don't like it. And I realize now that I didn't resize that browser, so it was covering up my avatar. Let's try that. And anyway, right when Bill Hughes showed up, let's go this far in, because it's been about 30 minutes since I said I was going to go get a beverage. Oh, we might as well call it 0358 at 4:22 p.m. I think we're going to die. We're going to emergency blow. Ha ha ha. That's submarine terminology for surface so fast that your submarine jumps up out of the water like a jumping shark. Bill Hills, we're about to do, and I glanced across it earlier, a little bit of good old fashioned. Oh, yeah, we discussed earlier that you and Mrs. and daughter are the hugs. Have you spoken about the stuff that mentioned bee hugs? I don't know. I don't remember what I wrote. Oh, no. Jumping the shark. No, I will talk about that when I get back from. I'm going to go pee and refill my drink vessels. But then we're going to come back and we're going to emergency blow. BRB. You guys type in the chat if anybody comes in and says, what's happening? Break. Be right back. Jump the Shark movie madness. Sort of. We're only movie madnessing on a number 64 as much as we're talking about Supergirl. And what is this? What's happening? Okay, let's get that one over there. What is you? Let's just minimize you. put this back. And that's it. I'm just going to leave that right there. All right, I'll be right back. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Uh-oh, I see chat's happening. What is going on here? Somebody tell me what the F is going on. It's another Guns N' Roses song. My mother, my mammy, is texting me screenshots of something. Looks like Facebook, maybe, with horses and equine programs. Okay. All right, all right, all right, all right. What we got? Dean is a treasure of a man to know. I will try to remain humble and not say too many self-deprecating things. How did I fool you thus? Understood. I'm going to be driving in a minute. Got a couple of errands to run, but I will be able to listen. Yay. Thanks, Bill. All the watch hours help. I keep wanting to leave, but I keep wanting to listen. Sorry, sir. Sorry, not sorry. Hashtags. Because I'm procrastinating things I need attention. Yeah, me too. I should. It's already 4:29. You remember, I was supposed to try to go lend my support to Stewart's public stream, and now at 4:30 his members only stream is starting. But I don't care. This happened. I've had a good live stream. I'm gonna. How did I fool you? I am going to continue. The last bit of. We are still in the depths. Let's call it the creaking of the hull as we rush towards the surface, getting ready to fly up out of this water. Going back to the previous many hours. And that's what's going to happen. It's going to keep happening. And I never even did get into some of my big ideas, but it's just going to keep happening. Law enforcement. Way back, 35 years ago now, when I got into field training with a field training officer, FTO, I already said, but don't speak in acronyms. They may not have heard your earlier part of your live stream. I said something about somewhere around lesson number 4. And I don't know. I don't ride around in cop cars with cops these days. I have a lot of police that are what I would call friends, sort of. I have a lot that I call acquaintances, but in the ever-changing nature of the beast that is our worldly system that we live in, we got to stop living in yester-minute. Today, the way things roll is I know, like, even enough to know their name, 1 out of a 43 police at my local police department. I used to know all 43 of them. Called the chief friend. They used to let me teach their coppers how to play G words and other use of force things and all kinds of stuff. But that was then. This is now. I don't know any of them. They all rotate in and out so quickly. Some because they're bad guys and they need to go find someplace bigger where bad guy gets hidden in anonymity. But cops are hopping all over this country. They don't just move to the next city. They don't have to pack up their little knapsack and ride their borrowed horse over to the next village. They jump. Cops are dudes, the majority of them. Even if they were born cracked, if you know what I mean. Wink, wink. They have bigger, louder, more muscly cars than they get to drive at work. They can jump in there better than the I have at work Dodge Super Duper and haul ass across this country 140 miles an hour. Ask James White. He ain't even a cop anymore, and he prides himself on speeding and getting cops killed on the side of the road. Oh, no, wait, that's how I put it together. That was the other part, that he can't stand himself, and he talks about that poor kid baby cop in Georgia or wherever it was that got killed. Well, the cop got killed doing exactly what he did with James White. He pulled someone over, walked back to his police car to write them their ticket. They said, yeah, I did it. Give me the ticket. And got smashed in his police car and killed. But somehow it's okay that James White did it, but not these other people. And he doesn't see that maybe if all of us didn't get our cops pulled off on the side of the road, then the good cops wouldn't get killed. They wouldn't be on the side of the road for the drunk drivers to hit. Yeah, just go write my ticket, cop. So there's me wishing that the person who did the little traffic thing that, well, I just do traffic things because I'll pay my ticket. James. So was the person that he pulled over. They didn't kill him. Some drunk smashed into his police car so hard that it smashed into a cop taco in between the bad guy car and the good, honest citizen James, who told him, go write my ticket. So here's me wishing that everybody would pull sovereign citizen crap, but get out on the right side. Protect our cops from the James Whites of this world. All right, deep in. These are the creaks of the hull of this submarine as we come up from the depths and cross the thermo-inversion layers. I may know a thing or two about submarines. I won't tell you why. Good old days, field training. Number one lesson that they tried to teach me as a baby cop, and they called us all cadets. The older cops. Until you're an older cop, you're a cadet. A cadet. Rule number one, or lesson number one, in the real world with your butt in a police car. Everything they taught you in the academy is bullshit. Forget it. Not. You forget it. You forget you ever heard it. You're about to learn what's really important. And then there's a couple other lessons. I think I said the other one I talked about when you see a car full of gangbangers in a lowrider that's bouncing up front and they all have gold-plated AKs, turn your head a different direction, spot you a little old lady and pull her over and break her taillight and write her a fix-it ticket. But somewhere around lesson number 3 or 2 was the code word or police radio word of 1991-92, extended. That means no matter what came over the little green screen, if you had it, or the radio under your call sign, the car I was training in for traffic or responding to other things, but mainly traffic, because they can't say traffic number 2. They say, well, traffic starts with a T, and we say T's means Tom's, so we were Tom 2. If you hear Tom 2 on the radio, don't listen to or write down whatever the hell else came after that. It's Tom 2, Peanuts teacher speak. Tom 2, wah, 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 wah. And now you wait a moment, key your radio and wait a moment and say, Tom 2, extended. That means we're busy. We're not taking that last call you just sent. Give it to someone else. Whatever you've got in this world today, coppers, when they call and say shoplifting at the Walmart, you don't answer 1 Adam 12 Roger and go code 3. Because, well, you're adrenaline junkying jacked up on too many energy drinks and other things. But we'll just say energy drinks. Ask yourself this. Do you really want to shoot a 1-year-old about it? Could it happen? Absolutely. Do you really want to lay on that neck for 8 minutes on the internet? 8 minutes, 45 seconds? How does it look on the internet? Could it happen? And I know every young buck of all ages, 50-year-old cops, are in their own minds 25-year-old Mr. Universe super cops. I know, guys. I know. You guys all have bigger dicks than anybody, including yourself, yesterday. But whatever. If you can't look at the reality about it, just like my field training officer told me, and I was the young idiot. I was like, why would we do that? Shouldn't we be the police and go help them out and write observes and reports, you know? What's the worst that could happen at a little scene of an accident or whatever? Road rage. The two people that are in an accident are road raging against each other, and now we're there and we're involved in a fight. The gruff old cops that did my field training were gruff old cops. it's best just to pull over the little old ladies and break their taillights. Peel their registration sticker off the back of their license plate. Can't do that anymore because body cams and dash cams. But that's truly what we learned, and we learned extended. Whatever you kids have these days, kids of all ages in uniforms and badges, when it comes over the radio or the terminal or the computer or the little text magic app, whatever comes in and it involves petty theft or larceny at so-and-so, the big retailer who's too cheap to pay their own damn private security, be extended. Be too busy for that crap. Go find yourself somebody speeding 92 and a 70, I think James said he was doing, that he admits to. And when you pull them over, pop them out, not only in front of your vehicle, get them out, hassle the shit out of them. I'm sorry, I'm a cop trainer inside, a cop instructor, so I'm really defending the honor of poor dead Caleb. Unlike James White, who's like, yeah, shit, they'll make more cops. But I gave him a special award and his family put me in his obituary, dude. Bruh. The horror of the horror. Get them all the way out. Go study a LAPD traffic stops or an LA Sheriff's or California Highway Patrol. Pretend that every road is that. Not only do you get them out, everybody. Go back and read MIMS again. It has nothing to do with officer safety. Unless that you were the officer in MIMS who, as a course of action, pulled everybody out on every stop so he wouldn't be standing on the driver's side of the vehicle. In LA, we learn when you get them out, and we didn't have to go back and type their crap in a computer. We had the radio. We had to trust dispatch. So when you're trying to get their registration and their license and their whatever, and we had a written ticket book that the kids these days don't have, man, they got to go sit in that car and type that ticket eventually. So if it was me running a department, I would tell my officers, when everything's copacetic and under control, having had the experience of learning now from the James White School of whatever, pull your people over. If you're just going to write them a ticket, get them to pull over into a parking lot somewhere, because you can't stay on the side of the road. But if you got to stay on the side of the road, you and the people stand in front of their vehicle in the front right when you're facing out of their driver's seat of their car, so that if some drunk idiot smashes into the back of your police car and that car smashes into the back of the car you pulled over, you're still safe. Or because you don't want to go to Walmart where you might shoot a 1-year-old. That's it. That's all the creaking and moaning this hole's going to do, because we are about to come out of the depths, and I hope Bill Hughes is still here, because he asked about it, and I want to make it clear. Cognitive dissonance. Yep. Traffic stops make a larger road hazard than the average drivers. Road pirates don't understand this. Yep. And they all think they're invincible and everything. And every one of those videos I watched, when they say, all right, get out of the car. I ordered it, lawful order it. Well, whoa, back up, dude. Even James White misses it. You can't order them out if you don't order everybody out. That's what MIMS says. MIMS was allowed because the officer got everybody out and moved them to the passenger sides away from the roadway. It was about that kind of officer safety, not getting smashed. Sounds like I missed a good rant. I will catch up in replay. Got up late. Well, hello. And so you know Bill Hughes. Under duress is Scott. We internet met several months ago. He has a very good biblical channel, Mother. And so you know, Scott, Just for Horses 1 is my mother, my Mimi. Yep, it's been good, and it's been going on for 4 hours now when I thought I would be done in an hour and a half. But you'll have to also, when you're watching the replay, let the chat replay, switch it into live mode. I've got it up on the screen right now. You always got to, even when you do replays, you have to change it from top to live. On phones, some of the people that type in other chats that you have to change it from top to all. Street Cop Training stopped uploading to their channel after they received their due publicity. Yeah, I don't know who it is or what happened. We'll go look into it one day, because why not? But anyway, Mammy, got through a lot of stuff. Tied our little guy here in the middle. His name's Kohen, last name Wiley. As far as I know, he's not related to us, but hey, who knows? He might turn out to be $1. And all the bad that is. And now, at long last. So, cops, find something better to do. You just might end up shouting a 1-year-old playing with them Walmart. If Walmart don't care about their stuff, neither do you. The only thing that the field training officers and the brass, those with the duty to train and supervise, said that wasn't BS from the academy, was domestics. Find something better to do. You're always going to get hurt trying to sort out a domestic. Like you said, Scott, when you talked about your thing, you saw a guy hurting a woman and turns out she was the bad guy. What I learned, and they had a 8mm video, a movie, clickety projector movie they showed us, is like a 4'8" little Puerto Rican woman, and her 6'2" or 6'3", 200-pound, obviously jailhouse built, jailhouse tough guy dude was ragdolling her. And when the cop put his hands on the big guy that was beating the hell out of the little 4-foot Puerto Rican girl, she pulled a razor blade out of her brassiere and cut that cop's face in half like a Joker smile, a Heath Ledger Joker. She jumped up on his back. With the whole, don't hurt him. And then they taught us. So there's a lot of stuff. Stack up, wait for backup. If it's domestic, get 20 cops there to deal with the 2 people. Let's go. And be extended. Be too busy for that garbage. At the end of the day, one more creak, one more groan of the hole, or maybe it's the breaking of the water. The big splash noise. I would love to be able to get the ear of whatever child, and I'm choosing this word super carefully, whatever child wrapped in a facade, a fake front of adulthood, that pulled the trigger on 1-year-old Mr. Wiley. Go find you somebody to talk to, cop, who won't talk over you, will listen to you, will not prescribe you RXs or give you alcohol, and they absolutely will not tell you woulda, coulda, shoulda, and why that would have never happened to them. If anybody could possibly get the ear of a tough guy, a tough girl, a child who got fooled because they thought that the older skin that had raised them up through this broken world system of ours, I guarantee you, finding out they opened up a hole that ended a 1-year-old is not sitting well mentally, emotionally, spiritually with whatever cop is ultimately responsible for that round. Nothing in this whole life or world teaches you how to handle that. And what you're going to get is a bunch of false bravado, but now all of a sudden everybody's got extended when you're like, hey, you guys want to go grab a brewski at the barski after work ski? Because that's what coppers do. No, the fiance wants me to go pick out wedding colors and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. All of a sudden, it's called pariah. We don't mean to do it. None of this is done intentionally. We're all just pawns to life. Life lives itself through us until we take control of it. So, poor officer out there who was a child until a fateful moment. That, go back and see earlier. I can't look it up again. It was something in Corinthians. Scott will type it in the chat, except I hid the chat. I don't know what I did with it. You've got to go. Whoa, I missed a lot. Hold on. Come back, chat. Was she charged for slashing the violent man? Oh no. It was a movie they showed us, and it was a real movie. I don't know why they had camera people running, recording the cops. They were trying to make training videos, I guess. She didn't slash her bad boyfriend. She slashed the cops when they put their hands on him. I was not clear. I went too fast. I was trying to bust out of the deep end. No, the man, the big jailhouse built man, was beating the hell out of like a 4'8" Puerto Rican girl. She was just dying to meet you. When the cops put their hands on her man, it was silent movie, so we don't know what she said, except that we got to do a class with one of the officers that was on scene and claimed he had PTSD from it. And he wasn't the one that was cut. No, she jumped on a cop's back while they were trying to control her big raging boyfriend, husband, whatever he was. She pulled that razor out of her bra, climbed up that cop's back, and cut his face in half. Oh, yeah, she was charged. She was almost killed. The other cops went busy with the sticks. And, of course, one of the cops peeled off from paying her back for cutting a cop's face in half to get that camera to stop filming them. Let's put a smile on that face. First thing I thought, yeah. Bill Hughes is, since his icon is the Batman, he's much better at Batman than I am. I really liked that Heath Ledger Batman movie. I don't think it was Batman. It was Dark Knight, wasn't it? She was a stranger, pissed off and drunk in a bar. Wait, not even a cop. My big brother saw a woman he thought was being beat up by a woman. He stopped. We were on our way home. Grabbed the man. The woman had beat both the man and my brother and started to run. Yeah. Under duress, or Scott. Earlier, he typed how he once, he tried to be a chivalrous man, and he saw a guy what looked like roughing up a woman. Sorry, Scott, I'm going to give a very short version, because until replay, they can't scroll back that far in the chat. And when he went over and got more into it, it turns out the woman was the bad guy. The guy was just a shopkeeper trying to get his stuff back from her. She was a stranger, pissed off and drunk in a bar. He had tried to leave. He decided my brother was his friend. The police got there. She did get arrested. Worked in ER, saw many cops who had gotten into family disputes, ended up being shouted or shouting a kid. Yes. Get good help, no meds. And they can't know what they don't know. Inside the departments from top to bottom, they've all been told the same bullshit. It ain't going to happen to me. And that we all have to lie to ourselves every day and say, ain't going to happen to me. I would never be that cop. I'd never shoot a kid. I'd never I would never this. Which I could go spend another 3 hours on that mess up there in Montreal. It's a failure to train and supervise. That's it. Really doesn't sit well. Yeah, the number one cause of death amongst police is self-harm, with usually their service weapon. Last year or the year before, we had another big one here in North Carolina where the guy called something on his radio, and a sheriff's deputy out toward Charlotte drove it up a side road. Ended himself in his police car, but the only real bad thing about it was he didn't end his police canine doggy. He left a dog locked in the car with his corpse in the heat. Oops, he thought the woman was being beat up by the man. Instead, he was trying to get away. Yep. All right. Freaks in the hole. Rapid, or is whale noises. A scent from the depths. 432. Turn the numbers around. 04, 32, 30. Jump the shark. Is Supergirl no? Never mind. We'll go Supergirl. Supergirl after BH. Not Benson and Hedges. Man, I've been watching some guy got somebody's old collection of tapes and converted them digital of old boxing matches. I love the old boxing matches, but I really love the old commercials. They left all the old television commercials cut in there. And they're so old that they're cigarette and alcohol commercials from back on the TV. Chesterfield was a big sponsor of boxing on television. Canine handlers are even worse than regular road pirates. They oftentimes use the dog as a weapon that cannot be recalled, and they protect their dog as if it were an officer. They also use dogs to bypass the warrant requirement. Yeah. Poor little dude. He's buried by now. Funeral's over. Rip, little guy. We tried to do what we could do, Mr. Kohen Wiley. Hey, Mammy, if you find out that he's related to us somehow, I'll say, do you believe in destiny? I'll tell you one way for sure he ain't related to us. I've never been to Mississippi, and I've very monogamous with my dear Priscilla. Let's talk about Bill Hughes for a second. why I added Bill Hughes stuff to the description. For Supergirl. Where did I say something about Bill Hughes, number one? Yay, number one, the Duke of New York. So many typos. If I fix it here, I won't remember to fix it in the description later. I have to leave it. Oh, that's later. I have to say it later, Bill Hughes. Anyway, Bill Hugs, ROFL. We'll say it now. We've gone way out of order and way off on the tangents. I'm going to read that chat in just a second. Bill, the Batman that laughs. LeBeau something. It's French. Yesterday, talking to Bill Hughes, just having a yuck or trying to, he said something about sprouting wings out his butt and flying. And it, when I wrote my whatever about jumping the shark, that's what the shark sprouted wings and flew away out its butt. That's what I didn't write in the, oh, there, I wrote it. That's what made me LOL while writing this outline this morning. Let's jump this shark. We're going to talk about Supergirl. And I suppose I should pull the texts up and read it, not to misquote my brother, because he started this. Other people had long since been saying all kinds of things about this actress, or all the CGI and effects, like this weird, there's something weird CGI on her neck. Artifacts or something, or I don't know, maybe she has a tattoo and they didn't cover it up right. I don't know. But her coloring is wrong. And we'll go look at some other pictures later. But I don't care about Supergirl one way or the other. I'm not going to go watch the movie. Ever, never. It's not worth my time. I watch so many movie reviewers, see the Critical Drinker, see EFAP, EFAP. I'm not going and hunting down links for everything. Doesn't matter. Supergirl. And the one I stole this picture from is a thumbnail image for Heel, HEEL, versus VS, but it's all one word, Babyface. Heel versus Babyface. He goes by the name Az, but he's not Az Mangold. Don't ever confuse him with that guy. Just Az. Trying to credit where I stole the image from. I got a full screenshot of it somewhere. But anyway, it started with everybody. I never even watched the trailer all by itself. I just watched other people. Here's the trailer of Supergirl. Let's talk about it. And there used to be a prawn website. Not that I visited it. I know these things because I was the computer guy and done for 30 years. I had to unsmut everybody's computer. I mean, get rid of those pesky Russian viruses. One of the most popular places for porn on the internets once upon a time, especially revenge porn and amateur stuff, steal a bunch of pictures of your girlfriend in the shower and upload them, was called dumpster sluts. Ever since the first trailer of this Supergirl, I said to myself, selves, are we really turning dumpster sluts into superheroes? Is this really where we're going? Because I have two granddaughters that I have to go talk to. Yes, the world would like all of our young women to be hoes. Please rise above that. Disney. Disney. Whoever owns this crap. Who owns James Gunn universe now? What studio made Supergirl 2026? Oh man, it's made by Troll Entertainment. Hello. DC Studios and the Safran Company. The film is distributed worldwide by Warner Brothers. Didn't they just get sold again to somebody? I don't know. Go see Critical Drinker and EFAP and that other guy as heel versus babyface and that Star Wars girl and all the other people that get to dedicate their whole lives and channels to just movies. I had my chance. I blew it. They do a damn good job. They all do far better than I would ever do. They're good movie critics and industry involved. They follow up on the outside stuff. And I'm just not interested. I like good movie. I give it XYZ number stars. I lost my damn chat again. Well, whoever. All these studios are now owned by something else. It makes me laugh that it's owned by trolls or produced. Distributed by Warner Brothers. So let's ask, who owns DC Studios? Warner Brothers Discovery. I thought they just got sold. Whatever. It doesn't matter that much. Everybody now has to adhere to the message. From what I've seen from the horrible, it released last 2 days ago, Thursday, and all the reviews are bad. Even Die Hard. They love James Gunn. Something he did 15, 20 years ago, that was good. So we've always credited him for being good since then, when nothing was been good since then. But this is the worst, horrible stuff. From what I can glean from the reviews, she's just a angsty teenager who's 26 years old, but she's college age. A drunkard and a fool, but not a dumpster slut. Yay, DC. But everybody else is just ragging on the actress. Hey, I don't care if they just said, let's make Supergirl a 50-year-old, 56-year-old guy who wants to be a superhero girl and a drunken idiot. And we're going to pay you whatever they paid this poor Millie girl. I sure as hell would do it. I like money. I like to eat. And I'm an easier target than her to call ugly and pick on, and because I don't know, it might affect a young woman to be so abused about her. I'm going out of order. So abused about her looks, and see it in the description. Millie girl. I'll get back to it. Let's go Supergirl. Movie Madness. We're working on it. The fictional character. And what the Guh-HAY used to mean happy. The AI image editing softwares did to her photos, and frame by frame by frame. When we go look at her, can't even remember her last name, and I just looked at it. Supergirl, IMDb. Go there. And I made that thing full screen again. I don't care. Avatar is the avatar. Look. Wait. Go back. Moot. Go back. Look at the face. I'll zoom it. Hang on. Hey, IMDb, I need frame-by-frame controls. Please? Plus? Oh no, that was a thumbnail picture that you can't see again. That's all right. We'll go look at the pictures. I know how to do this. There, it's right there. Look at this girl face right here. She looks 16, 15, 16, 18. And that is from a trailer, but they shot that back when they did Superman a couple years ago. So she was definitely younger. But they've also used filters and AIs and posterizing and deposterizing and colorizing and decolorizing and shaders and all that other junk. But look at his face. And then scroll it back. And look at that face. And then scroll it back. And look at his face. Wait a minute. Besides that, it's an entirely CGI dog. So, Millie Alcock. And she reportedly, I watched a Critical Drinker video about it the other day. She reportedly said something about because some media person said, "Is Supergirl the queerest, the gayest, some damn thing?" And Alcock tried to say something like, maybe, I don't know. And they turned that into, "Girl don't know when to shut up." True. Unless, Millie Alcock, the studio paid you an extra $10 million. Hey, go out there and say something controversial. And you did it. Good job. That's what actors do. They go read the script for money. Good job. If they just let you out there to the wolves and now the wolves pounced you, I hate it for you, girl. You and all the other actors learn that when you're getting offered 7-figure contracts, spend 5 figures on somebody to protect you. Bodyguards should protect you from everything, including yourself. But look I know it's a movie based on cartoons. This is obviously computer edited to the umpteenth level. It may not even be her at all. It might just be a completely computer generated image. But they spent a lot of time and effort letting the computers filter over things. It's not as bad as some Superman movies ago. They had to CGI the guy's mustache out or beard out or both out. But when you go back and look at her page and look at pictures of her from other movies, including movies that are coming out very recently with this one, she doesn't look like this or this or this. They did something to make her look extra pale and added coloring red stuff under her eyes, whether it's makeup or computer. But anyway, lots of people were making this all about her looks. And my brother sent me a text that he said, and I'm not saying it negative. I've got it in my thing. We'll come back to it again. And we'll go look at your page, Millie girl. You're an amazing, beautiful person. Inside and out. Inside and out. And a smart business girl, sorta. I hope 5 years from now she finally gets out of a non-disclosure agreement and says, Whatever stupid crap I said in front of Supergirl coming out, they paid me millions of dollars to do. I hope. I hope she didn't commit career-ending stuff for nothing. Because she, no adult supervision. All right. Let me go back and read the text. So brother had said, trying to think if there's, see if there's something, just leave it on. Brother said something about, never mind. I don't want to paraphrase. I want to scroll it. Let's go. Last night texting started with, let me quote my brother. I think Supergirl kind of looks like Banjo Boy. And I've seen lots of other comparisons and things. I have never heard that one on all of the internets. So I did a search. I did find, and I sent him back. I didn't take screenshots last night. Let's go here. Let's go screenshots folder. That's this morning's live. Here it is. So I found this last night after sending back to my brother what I thought, which is in the thumbnail. This one picture, and man, it's horrible CGI editing when you set it next to other pictures of her. That's not her, but okay. Or photo chopping, whatever you call it. And there's other pictures of Banjo Boy from Deliverance that his mouth is closed better. It better matches. His mouth is closed, but his eyes are open, and man, I can see it. This one, his mouth is open to match hers. So there's that. I can see what he's talking about. Did those evil movie editors do that on purpose? So only my brother would say it to me and I would say it on a live stream? No, we're not that important. But I don't care enough to ever comment anywhere. So I sent him immediately back. I think Feral Kid, Road Warrior, 1981. See the thumbnail. That's Feral Boy. Or Feral Kid. He's not called Feral Boy. He's called Feral Kid in the movie. I miswrote it on the thumbnail. From the Road Warrior, or Mad Max #2, however you call it. And that's when I remembered seeing something. So I scrolled back through my history and found a heel versus babyface. That, yep. So then after a while, my brother sent back. Feral Kid, definitely. Because it really does look, oh, Kid was a girl all along. Who knew? Grew up into Supergirl. Sorry, Miss Ellie. We're talking about the on-screen characters, not the actors. All right, I covered the fact that obviously that is not her. That is photo chopped. I've lost my chat again. It just keeps vanishing on me. Millie Alcott, Inside and Out. You're beautiful, wonderful, awesome. I don't believe I've seen anything with her in it. I don't really care. I'm not a good enough fanboy. I like movies Go see all my previous 63 streams that involved movies. I don't care what they do off screen. I don't care what their politics are. And it's part of, if you're going to be a good cop or a good judge or a good movie critic, you don't worry about what happens outside. You worry about what is contained within the four corners of the document, the lawyers do say. Or between Once Upon a Time and Finn, what happened on that screen? If you're sitting there with all your bias, which is a fancy way of drop the I and the A out of bias, and you got what you really got. Wow, I've missed a lot of chat. Sorry, chat. I was busy. Bill Hughes said understood. AI is becoming more difficult to distinguish from actual video recording of people. Exactly. There's a famous AI invented actress. And I thought exactly not worth my time. At least even in the cartoony Batmans of old days, it was fun, not ick. Yep. Disney will never change. Warner Bros. I thought Warner Brothers anyway. I know Paramount got recently pushed around. I think Netflix finally won out. They promote every abomination as virtuous. Absolutely. Though they didn't make her into like she wasn't, Supergirl was not sitting with her. Bill Hughes knows what I'm talking about. Let's say not putting Tony photos out on the internet or sitting on a photocopier and passing out bum and girl parts photocopied or titties on a photocopier. No, they didn't turn her into a dumpster slut, but she sure is not what I would hope my granddaughters would look up to as a superhero. I think about when Christopher Reeve's Superman, and is it realistic? No, if you spin the earth backwards, we all die. Time doesn't turn backwards. Even when I was a kid, I was like, it is a cartoon. Let it go. Yes, everything these days, and it's been so long. Of course, the young people, like the EFAP kids, they're all in their 20s, maybe. They all think that movie critique and long form critique and being disgusted by the message, the critical drinker says, is brand new, just like James White think he invented being critical of police. We all do. We're all guilty. But yes, and for the last 25, 30 years, and we used to call it in the old millennium, political correct. And what the C in PC really should have meant is political Californian. Because it's just living in a tiny dream world. It's so bad. And it's every abomination. And what even isn't an abomination has to get turned into one and made drama and controversy. And how many does it offend is more important than how many does it edify, or like my mother said, it was just fun. It was, I can't think of anything that was the kids these days call cringe. My mother called it ick. It was just effing stupid, is what I call it. That sloshed my brain in my head, making me think, F this, about Heath Ledger's Joker Batman movie, The Dark Knight, I think. Dark Knight Rises. I don't know. I think it was part of the Dark Knight series. There was no forced in your face. You know, the Joker never ran over, grabbed up some dude like Adam Sandler does in every Adam Sandler movie since forever. Go have a big man on man French kiss in a PG-13 movie. Why that? Because it desensitizes. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. A million excuses why what they're not trying to do is corrupt the children. Forgive them. They know not what they do. Okay. That still doesn't make me like it. They promote the abominations. All the young women to be hoes. It sure is. I watch old movies with kids like Oz or Beatrix Potter. Yep. HBO and Discovery own Warner Brothers. I thought they were trying to spin it off or spin it out and sell it, but it'll be all right. I don't care that much. You just gave me a great nickname for a lawyer friend of mine. That's a beer snob. Critical drinker. Yeah. Just remember, that's a guy's name on the internet. It's a really good channel. Adcock, I believe. Yeah, at Owlcock. Supergirl. She's up here on the left. I know, I'm way behind in the chat. I may be old, but actors used to not tell their sexual antics and they stayed out of politics. Yeah. Comic book LOL. All actors and actresses of Hollywood productions have always had their role in engineering culture and influencing people for evil. The evil is only becoming starker. Yeah, and more brazen and more, just like everything, it has to one up the previous. It has to be more and more and more, whether you call it wicked or if you're an alcoholic. Used to was 2 drinks did it. Now all of a sudden you build a tolerance. Now you got to have 3 drinks. Gamblers step up to the bigger machines. Bigger payouts. Yeah, they cost more to play too. Highly influenced people have publicly admitted to making a deal with the devil is because it is true. Yep. A Faustian bargain. Or Dorian. We saw Dorian somewhere earlier. And the devil. That was the name of my horse. He was named Junior or Dean Junior. Doria and the devil. It's been almost 5 hours. I'm going to bounce out. Thanks for going live. Thanks for hanging out for 5 hours, sir. I told you at the beginning, and you can go back and look at my live histories. I can do long form content. I cannot do the other kind. We'll hope to see you later or on one of your lives. What has happened is one group of pervs owns just about everything. When we stop watching and paying, it will stop. Yeah. I think they're all the same group of pervs, but it's all right. There's another controversial one out that no one can understand, but lots of good, smarter than me people are taking advantage of it and making lots of content that's getting them monetized at YouTube. So, and if nothing else, this Supergirl movie being horrible junk, it's making all the YouTube streamers lots of loots. All right, what are we looking for? Millie Alcock. Good God, she is a baby. In the year 2000, I have not seen any House of the Dragon. House of Dragon. Drop the out. A prequel to HBO's Game of Thrones, which I like Game of Thrones. The first episode was a real, oh man, is this whole thing going to be like this? And then lying to myself for about 3 or 4 more seasons is like, you know what? This never went back to that first episode feeling. I'm not watching any more of this or buying any more of this. And it turns out it's a good thing because it was horrible. All right. What else has this lovely Millie done? We'll go newest first. Roll it back. She was on a podcast series called The Summer Oath. Based Amy. Very low rated. It's a short. Zora L. No. Never heard of Sirens? I like Sirens and Gorgons. What is Sirens? Dark comedy. Who is this? Who are you? Julianne Moore. Well, Julianne, the second Clarice. I didn't recognize you. I forgot you were there. See, she is a very not CGI'd into mess. A little too much red. Maybe they meant it. I don't know. I haven't seen the show. Maybe she was supposed to look like she was outside in sunglasses for too long. Oh, look at the chicken. Bok bok. Oh well, those are glam shots. Don't care. House of the Dragon. Very high rated still, even though the main young people don't like it. Yeah. Okay, nothing new in the chat. I don't think. I don't have any drop frames or anything. I hope it's still working. Furlough is a short. Usually they don't have any kind of anything about shorts. I'm surprised they have thumbnails. Pretty cool. But that's because they're new age stuff. A lot of TV miniseries. The School. What is The School, Miss Alcott? L something. When a doctor, get off my screen ad. You IMDb ads got me in trouble with YouTube once before. You can see it on Tubi for free. Tubi. When a doctor looking for her missing child awakens to find herself in an abandoned school, she must survive the supernatural terror and face her own demons if she is to find the truth about where her son is. Well, that doesn't sound awful. I mean, there's an outline of a story there. Is it a strange odyssey? Weird face makeups. It looks like it might be a strange odyssey. Well, we can go watch it free on that other place. Don't mention the other places too much on the YouTube. Which one is her? Where is she? Where is you? Is that her? Was she that young when they made this? I'm so far behind. Nope, they don't say who it is. What year was this? 2018. She was 18, 17 or 18. That cannot be her. I insist. Who is this? Megan. I don't see anything that looks all, but that's got to be her. Maybe that's her. Is that you? That's her. 8 years ago, maybe as many as 9. You never know. That's the release date. But when we get to my movie, my IMDb, you'll find out sometimes these things take many years. It looks like a cool little thing, single frame from a movie. I won't remember when this is over. The School. You can watch it for free with ads. Free with ads is good. Started acting when she was teen girl #1 in Wonderland. And that's about all we get on that. I'm just not fanboy enough. Sorry, Millie. Those days are over. I did my fanboy work before there was an internet movie database. And now, go back and find the other comparison. And I've been racking my brains trying to figure out what movie is that from again? Oh, I didn't even get a screenshot of it. Doesn't matter. For some reason, I circled this stuff red. Oh, the Wiley family and their lawyers. This goes back to the poor little Bebe. Took umbrage. I circled it because I was going to talk about the use of terms like don't call people subjects. Everybody's fighting over use of term. And James White talked a lot about it because Ben Crump, he was a 1-year-old infant baby. Well, you can't take umbrage, rage. You can't have rage or road rage. Ben Crump, if you're going to use a triple redundancy, a 1-year-old is obviously an infant and a baby. An infant is a baby. See how you just tripled down? So do you really want to turn this into a word war? Having rage at the use of the term. When you're also going to, you and your other echo chamber mouthpieces are going to go out and say things like, what do you expect from cops? They're stupid. Then don't point out little stupid things like their use of a term. If you're going to go triple bad used terms. He was a 1-year-old infant baby hid. Shouldn't you have spelled that Bebe so that it would be Pueblo Rican like Bebe? See, this is us again talking and walking and casting ourselves about away from the You know what you should be taking and take the UMB off it. Well, you should be having a rage about Ben Crump. They shot a 1-year-old. And they're making bullshit excuses and victim blaming and shaming. See, now I got dragged back down. Just when I grew wings out my butt and started to fly, I went and looked up, why did I put red marks on that picture in my screenshots folder? Thank goodness someone typed in the chat. I can distract myself. I am disappointed in Crump. He has become the lawyer that comes in to make a big buck for himself and rant for the woke. Sad waste of his skills. Once was a great lawyer. It just is what it is. I can't blame him. I can hope and wish and dream that he was more of a goody two shoes or back in the good old days before he got big and he doesn't remember how it was to be little, or, all of a sudden you turn into one more of those damn adults who doesn't ever remember being a kid. You were born 40, which is 99% of America. See the Van Halen song, I don't remember when I was your age. But this is what more crap we do. I'm always been disappointed and disgusted in Ben Crump as long as I've known his name. And it's not so much him. I can't blame him for failing for temptations or making mistakes or whatever, or like he can't think of something, but he's got to get up there and say something. And when you're that kind of guy at that kind of level, you stop buying that expensive of suits and shoes, Ben Crump, and start paying somebody to stop yes manning you, which is what I meant to get to with get some consulting or training, Millie, please. Or don't. I really don't care. It's your money, it's your life, it's your career. But if I could have your ear for a moment, just spend less on your next outfit for the red carpet and hire you. My mother knows what they're called. The finishing school teachers that grandma used to always talk about, make the young women walk around with a book on their head. Our young women need some of that, and how to speak. A voice, not a voice coach, but a coach, a life coach to, you know what? When the rage baiting Guh-HAY career media comes up and asks you a trick question, say, I don't know, and giggle cute like a cute girl. Say, oh, who said this movie was anything to do with that? Like whether or not Supergirl is bisexual. I think that was the controversy. Like, is she a tricycle? Man, she's Supergirl. She's from Krypton. Nobody hopes or thinks that Superman was over there having a super wiener and super banging Lois Lane. All right? That was Lex Luthor's job with his girl minions. I've not read the article on the shooting, but usually it starts with a criminal and someone calling 911, and sometimes an innocent getting killed or maimed, fix it, not get big bucks for it. I have to add that when you were offered TV and movies, you went on to staying trading horses with honesty rather than sell out to the big bucks for trend. And the one guy that I wanted to go study under, never been big enough in my own head, I guess, but remember the old guy that had made the horse dance, and they made the whole horse dancing movies and all this other stuff, and he was somebody, I can't even remember his name anymore, but he didn't worry about horse racing and horse showing and horse all that. He just did horse training and more. How do you teach actors to not piss off your horse and not pull the bit in their mouth and sit up there? Actors have to learn how to do that too. To not fall off your horse and break their leg, and then everybody's blaming you and your horse that they rented. Because them idiot actors think, well, I'm the paid actor. I can ride a horse. Anyway, he was famous in the horse people's circles because he taught his horse how to dance. And I got offered something to go. The old guy finally broke down and said you could go work at his place and shovel his turds and maybe learn something from him. Like, how do you teach a horse how to dance? And it got back to him that I'd taught a horse how to sit, a horse that had allegedly reportedly killed 3 people already. Worst horse ever. So we had met. We talked and checked this place out, and he checked me out and checked my references, which weren't bad at the time. HRM Elizabeth something, other than you, Mammy, the other Her Royal Majesty Elizabeth. He said, "Yeah, I'll give you a try," and then he died. Yeah. I've been right there so many times. And Bill Hughes, in case you're listening, he told me we were men. He was an ancient old man, like 85, 87. He was ancient, and I was 18 or 19 at the most. And he said, yep, you can come work here. And he called them barracks, but they were more like little onesie apartments. They had a shared shower area, but everybody had their own closable door, bathroom, and bedroom. Big industrial horse training place. And when I said, because I learned it honest and true probably from my mother in law school or my aunt working for a county commissioner or both, but more than likely my mother in law school, get it in writing or it didn't happen. When I said something to an 85 or 87-year-old shit kicker about, well, could you make me that offer in writing, just in case if something happens, and got a whole bunch of GD kid, I'm a grown ass man. He didn't say that. He did say GD it, kid. He said, I'm a man, and I am a man of my word, and I'm going to give you my word in a handshake. Yeah, it didn't stop his family and his business managers from saying, show us something in writing or piss off, kid, when he croaked. And I showed up over there talking about, I'm here for my job. There ain't no job. Old man don't write nothing down. His family didn't quite like him very much because he was a man of his word, G did. Well, that used to work in America. It doesn't anymore. And that was all the way back in 88 or 89. Was that the place out in Napa Valley owned by some actor, Old West Movies, Autry or someone? Yeah, I don't remember. It was somehow affiliated. His wife was the one who kept people away from him. Yeah, he was protected, like he was some kind of autistic or something. I mean, divergent neuro. Yeah, the family was around, but he still conducted his own business. He was old. We didn't use the term Alzheimer's in 1988 and 89. He didn't seem senile or dementiaed. But he sure as hell wouldn't sign a contract or an offer or an agreement. There was nothing going to be in writing from him. And turns out that was a problem for them too. Because now they had his estate to deal with. You know, barns and stables and pastures with 200 horses in them. 35 people that claim they work there and they live there. And there's nothing in writing. There was payroll, so they could verify some of these people do work here. But there was no lease, there was no nothing to show. Do they get to continue living there? Especially in California. It was cheaper for the family just to write leases to the people that were already in the rooms than to try to evict them. But he knew horses and how to communicate with them and keep wanting to write a book on the cowboy churches in the Old West. Yeah. Yeah, he really did. And we went out when I went there and finally met him. which was hard to do. And I was working, damn, 4:30 in the morning till sometimes past 11:30 at night at the racetrack to finally get a day to go find some old dude in his big old horse place and jump through all those hurdles and wander around with him and listen to old dude stories. But when it was time to, him, let me check out here, you handle this horse, I'll handle that one. Let me show you something and you show me something. And the real interview part of interviewing with an old school cowboy. He really knew a lot, and I knew I could learn much from him. I was never big headed enough around the horses to think I knew everything. All I knew is that I had like 100-page checklist of things I wish I could find out how to do this or how to learn this. Yep. So, see, it happened to me all the way back in 88 or 89, Bill Hughes. And the crabby old man who really was the boss. But then he dropped dead. Get it in writing or it didn't happen. Oh, there's Lori spelled correctly. Chadbro. Sorry if I'm not supposed to say your real name. There's Chadbro. We were trying to swim shallow end. I got myself dragged back in deep looking at the dead baby and Ben Crump stuff. Then went off on a tangent about the good old days of horse training and horse trainers. But it goes back to stay on target. The outline, including checklist. The plan that includes a checklist is in the description. All actors, not just the Supergirl actor, who once upon a time was Feral Kid. Here, let me give you a Deanism. I think I might have said it earlier this stream, or I said it to somebody on the phone. If you're looking at a 7 or 8 figure contract, sports people, man, today the sports contracts are ridiculous. Ridiculous. If you're looking at a 10-figure contract for you to throw your stupid ball around, spend 1% on advisors and trainers. Or it could cost you your everything. There's so many that, and it's been discussed in many other channels and many other comments. Like my favorite guys, the EFAPs, whenever they talk about this stuff, or Critical Drinker 1 or 2 under Critical Drinker's latest Supergirl thing. And you have to scroll through thousands of, oh, Critical Drinker, I heart you, and oh, Critical Drinker, exactly what you said, but I'm typing it as if you didn't say it and I said it. But it's what he said in his video. They're just people, they want to be heard. I put thumbs on all their comments. But I scroll and scroll and scroll and find there are some that wrote in their comment, I sure do wish the studios wouldn't hang her out to dry like that, or they would provide somebody to teach her. Like, why don't they teach in drama school in college? I try, Chad Bro, to keep up with my chat. I may sometimes be more prompt with chat than you, but not often. LOL, it's good out on the sun. Yep. We advise all our clients to spend that advisors and coaches money. Just went back to AI and I'm paying to learn the top new skills. Yeah, man. I don't know. How do you teach the kids of all ages? I'm listening. Yay. I don't know what you're saying. We're just talking about the actress or actor, non-gender specific, whatever it is, from Supergirl, the latest release superhero movie. But life in general, how do we apply these lessons? What do we learn? What if we're not being the actress for Supergirl? Whatever you're being, if it involves public relations, like our little security book, even the 16-hour ridiculous, goofy book from the state of North Carolina, they include in there, find out if your agency has a public relations policy and stick to it. And if your company doesn't have one, because they wrote it for cops, but they cut it up from the Department of Justice and turned it into the state security training. What they forgot to put in their book is if you don't have the exact answer to a question that someone with a camera asks you, just shut your mouth. You would rather pay somebody to tell you that up front and maybe put you through some mock scenarios? Like, here, let's pretend that we caught you out in public and you're the superstar. Now we're going to ask you something really stupid. Like, how did it feel when you essayed that poor underage actor on the set of whatever movie that you weren't even on the set of? What? The proper program response is no comment. I'm leaving. Don't answer it. It was a trick question. How did it feel when you did it? If you answer at all, you're admitting guilt to whatever idiocy they just said. Oh, I heard about that. Yeah. Whatever you do in your life, think before you speak, says the guy who's been running his mouth for like 6 hours now on or more on the tube. Oh no, only 5:32. I have not yet begun to wreck myself. I can go long. I guess when you take many months off, you can get carried away. But especially if it's going to wind up on the internets and could affect your career or your future, which everything today can because everywhere is cameras and phones and security cameras and hidden cameras. And I did say, under really alcohol, I've already said, but I'm going to say it again. As long as there was money and a correctly spelled and, anybody who's not been here earlier, I have to leave it misspelled in my notepad so that I remember later that when I correct it here, go correct it in the description. Because this checklist is what's in the description. Unless I had a signed contract that if you get an opportunity to go say something stupid that'll get people saying the name of our movie or company or whatever, use it. All press is good press. That's a mantra around the entertainment business and other businesses. Everything in the internet age is the entertainment industry. How do we get our name out? If they told me if you get a chance to say something stupid for big money, I sure as heck would. To a point. You want me to just say something average, stupid, controversial, and dramatic, but you want me to say something racist or religiousist or what? Hateful? No. We're just going to say stupid. And so then, We've covered everything. Oh, I got to put an X in the Kohen Wiley. Sorry, sir. And the other song that I like so much, other than Regina Spektor's Howl, about all the ones. Oh, poop. I didn't keep the link here. Or maybe I did. Let me go look in the thing. Huntington Township Watch. Body cam reactions. Regina Spektor Howl. Let me put it, because that was at 1 hour in. We're 5.5 hours in. It's a great song that came upon me in my 40s that sings to a thought I was having about uh dead people that I once knew. They are a guest in my brain forever. And Regina Spektor is a great musician, songstress. Jump in the shark, fly a mile high, with the wings that grew out your butt, according to Bill Hughes. I don't know why that struck me so goofy, but it did. Sorry, Bill. Sorry, not sorry, Bill. Regina Spektor is in the chat again. Now we're going to, everybody do a drum roll in your own mind, in your own mouth, because now I get to talk about me. Yay. Oh, I didn't update the PayPal button either. Puke. My IMDb. Now we're sprouting wings out our bums and flying it extra high, bent over in half because our wings are in our bums. Yeah, this is going to go real shallow real quick. Even though now that I'm famous thanks to Shawtown Road and PT Films, which I don't want to ever hear this because they are very good Christian people. And they would not approve of my language or my topic concepts, even though they went tough. And I will get you to their IMDb that I talked them into having so that I could have mine. Here is me. I'm number 2. Roman numerals. Get off my screen, advertisement. I scroll you. And it's even zoomed. I am known for. And Bill Hughes, if you're still listening, you'll appreciate this. It won't let me update much. It absolutely will not let me put my own picture up here unless I pay them their $199 a year or some garbage. But I have confirmed the account, made it mine. We'll go take a look at Shawtown Road, and when they get to me and the rest of the world, or I'll look it up a little bit. I'll see what I can find. They don't have distribution for their movie yet, but I'm not going to talk about the movie yet. Me being in it, do you believe in destiny? Here we go. What I was able to accomplish with way too much time and effort. Nobody should spend this much time and effort on their own IMDb, but there I am. Here I is. Especially when all you're known for is being Vinnie Mitchell, which I do appreciate. Thank you, PT Films. PT stands for Parker Thomas, I think. Thank you, fine young people of all ages that made Shawtown Road. We're going to get to it. For giving my character a name, because it was originally like unnamed thug at the door. And I said, thug means the N-word. They said, okay, unnamed guy at door. It was really silly. I'm listening to the song now. Yep, good stuff. I like it. We'll send you an email. Agent info? I don't have any agent info. I am a free agent. I am not the fictitious known as whatever. No, I can't have anything up here unless I pay for platinum or premium or some daggone thing. Everybody can have a basic pro.imdb.com. Use your amazon.com login information. But you want your picture on your IMDb page and the biography information, they say you have to prove it, like upload your birth certificate. Hello, Amazon? Hello, upload my birth certificate? So you want my mother's maiden name and when and where I was born and all that other secret password stuff that the whole wide world tells you do not give this stuff out to the internet? Amazon, IMDb, hello? Whatevs. I haven't submitted a are you serious? Like, really? Do you want my favorite pet's first name too? What school did I attend in the 5th grade? Just shut up. I just want to be able to put my picture on my IMDb. Hello? Oh my gosh. This is what I got. This is what it would allow me to do. Put quotes that you use in real life. I have not yet begun to defile my own IDBM page with all of the quotes I use all day, every day. Some I made up. It's an ancient Chinese saying that I just made up. I'm going to put that up here. What's something that is uniquely yours as an actor of the movie of life? This is an ancient Chinese saying I just made up. Yeah, the whole 9 yards. One of my favorites, and Bill Hughes can attest to it. Do you believe in destiny? I stole from Dracula, and I had to tell them where I got it from. From you, IMDb. I had to send them a link to the quotes page of their own movie so they would approve my quote and let it be uploaded here. Whatever shall I do with quotes that are just mine, IMDb? Don't worry, I've already pre-thunked it because I'm swimming shallow right this minute. I'll just make a YouTube short. And I'll number them. IMDb quotes number X, number Y, number Z. There, it's verifiable on YouTube. Such silliness. I don't know. I don't know what it would take to run something like this and, not have every child pornographer on planet Earth uploading child porn pictures into people. I understand. It just struck me goofy. That they would say something like, upload your birth certificate in this little upload box to a multi-death global, super global corporation. No, thank you. I don't care about you, Jeff Bezos. You're just another lunatic who thinks he's in charge of the asylum. It's all those lunatics I worry about. Let's go look at Shawtown Road. 10 out of 10. I haven't figured out how to give it a rating yet. Oh, because I have to go up. I have not got the approval of the actual movie makers. I did without their permission, but I got approval afterwards to change it from filming to post-production. I did that. I have screenshots. Let's read the plot. These fine young people And it is a fine movie. He started making this Parker Thompson when he was 17. He had already done some school projects, and one, it's available on YouTube. I'll get a link to it out here in a minute. His YouTube, their movie company YouTube, and their first short, diving into the compelling journey of two teenagers grappling with life's formidable challenges. I wish Under Duress or Scott was still here. I should have thought about this while he was here. Anyway, I've got his phone number. I'll get it back to him. Because what these people are is extremely religious, and I'll end up clipping this later and trying to figure out something about it. Life's formidable challenges where the profound influence of the police athletic league takes center stage. Brace yourself for a roller coaster of emotion, seamlessly blending heart-stopping action with deeply moving moments. Watch in awe as a teenager uncovers hidden talents, realizing a potential he never knew he possessed. This is not just a movie, it's a captivating exploration of resilient self-discovery and the transformative impact of mentorship. Don't miss out on the groundbreaking narrative that will keep you hooked from start to finish. Join us for an unforgettable cinematic experience that goes beyond the ordinary. Parker Thompson. And 10 out of 10 for this synopsis, because would you think that this is a very religious undercurrent or undertone theme by some very outwardly religious Christian people? No, 10 out of 10 for keeping this. And part of why I'm on the fence whether I should say, if I used a 5 scale, it has to be 5 out of 5. If you use a 10 scale, I'm on the fence about 9 or 10. And I'm that high up. Yes, I'm biased. I know these people. They let me be in their little picture show. But objectively, I can take myself out of the moment. It's not Bible thumpy. They don't chapter verse it, but it's a very well done. This fine young man's self-discovery and transformative, it does not say here, and they never obnoxiously pour it in your face like a lot of well-intended but failed in their efforts religious made movies. They all end up saying the same thing that most religious people say. Well, if you would just get right with Jesus, or if you would just get right. Look, if you're a wonderful miracle, God wanted me to be so much in love with him, wouldn't he have miracled me in love with him? To a non-religious, it's hard for the faithful to come across. To worse, people that have lost faith. Repeating memorized phrases and saying things without being able to say the why of it or the how of it. It just doesn't work for a lot of people. And remembering that this is a very young person, multi-generationally involved in a very religious or Christian households, plurals, for them to come out and have the self-awareness and everything else it takes to make this whole movie that really is about getting born again hard and they don't ever even say it, but maybe once very near the end, all you got to do is open the door. And they didn't say it that way. I'm not going to give any spoilers. That's from the Bible somewhere, and I'm sorry, Chad Bro, you and Under Duress are super better at that. I'm better at Swimming super shallow. I should have probably looked it up. I like the Rolling Stone song. Uh, Bible quote, Jesus, I do believe it was Jesus, knocking. There it is, knocking at the door. Behold, this is the New King James Version. Sorry, Scott, I'm just taking what came up first. It can't be that much different. I stand at the door and knock. If anyone hears my voice and opens the door, I will come into him and dine with him and he with me. That's kind of, I'm not sure if you call it an underlying theme or the theme is that, man, all you got to do is open the door. And I haven't sat and discussed this with them. We got to go on the 20th to a private screening of this now complete movie that my part in it a whole year after they started was back in 2024, where they were trying to do reshoots and retakes, and they had got a new piece of equipment. So if we redo a piece of this with the whatever, and they were trying to do stuff like where the cops arrest somebody. And even the Dunn police, who they had to cover up all the city names on the cars, because the government's not allowed to help with private industry stuff. But it all got worked out, and we got the approvals from, they got the approval from everybody. But then the cop couldn't show the actors how to apply handcuffs to somebody. But there happened to be me. There's the destiny. I've been doing law enforcement and security training like handcuffs since the 80s. Let me show you how to do this. And let's practice it a couple times on me. Stop slapping that young actor's wrist with those handcuffs because they were putting red marks on the guy's wrist. It's not like TV in the movies. You don't slap the cuffs on. So some technical advisor work and whatever, and they're like, we need another person to stand here at this door and be the door guy. They had to bug me a little bit, but I was like, well, I'm here. Okay. And man, it never, yeah, in California, they wouldn't have been allowed. But here, and because this wasn't professional and there was no union reps and the SAG and the SEG wasn't standing around with secular attorneys and all this other woke consultants is the latest thing in movies and video games. Is you have to pay these third-party independent consultants to tell you that you're not being Guh-HAY enough. When these guys get ready to do their work, they take a moment and have a prayer and ask for, guidance and whatever. This is great stuff. I'm privileged and honored. I didn't get in their photo lineup at their premiere, but that's the message I heard throughout. Forgetting that I had anything to do with it. Just, we went to the movie last Saturday and we saw this movie without anybody saying it out loud. All I was thinking was that the door is being knocked upon. They did so good. And man, did they really work it. He spent 2 years in post-production, rendering, re-rendering, purchasing audio, hiring the musicians who had done the original work to write a new song. Everybody poured it in. And they came up with a real good movie. Bezos just built a huge Caltech building down the desert from our conservation desert space. It is a weird building. Now it is painted not as ugly as feared. Yay! He's become another rocket man. The Shawtown Road. It's a real good plot summary. They did good. Can't wait for them to I went on IMDb. I added this photo of John Dupree. He's one of the musicians and actors. He's the guy that got me involved. He's been in acting and music his whole life, but never made it big. He was an extra in Iron Man 3. He did a lot of work before and more during as small roles or bit roles or extra roles in the movie biz and the television show biz. His daughter, we've been friends so long, his daughters more, both of them are one of my babies. One of his daughters is also in the Shawtown Road. Let's see if they got a picture of her. I know she's in the credits. Photos. Nope, no picture of her. But when she was a tiny little girl, about 11, her name's Ella John. I can say that now because there she is. Ella John Dupree was Grace. She was in an extra in a TV show that I liked. I don't remember the name of it right now. Doesn't matter. And I bought the season that she was in. I bought all the seasons until I stopped watching stuff. I don't remember when that was. 2014 or 15, I'd had my fill. I couldn't take it anymore. And haven't seen basically anything new since then. Not even the end of that show that I really liked. But Ella John was an extra, so I bought an extra. Oh, it's called Homeland, I think. Has the girl from Terminator 3. She was the veterinarian in Terminator 3 in it. The woman. But Ella John was an extra. And I never opened season 3. I never watched it. I had gotten a mode or a mood or something, or life was living itself upon me. But I always bugged Ella John and her dad, John. Wow, she's above him, before him. Or they're equally ranked at the IMDb. Some movies and peoples, they say yeah, this looks alphabetical. Yeah, some are alphabetical. Sometimes they're the star power is what puts people on top at the IMDb. I don't know who ranks that, but I'm pretty sure if it's not the movie makers, it's the IMDb. And since nobody's anything in this, and Ella John didn't get credited as extra girl in the park in the show, she didn't already have her own IMDb page. But I always joked, and now the brand new unopened season 3, I think it's called Homeland, is sitting locked up and stacked up in storage containers in a storage hole somewhere. So I can't get Ella John to sign it. I wanted my Ella John autographed copy. And my granddaughter is named Miranda. And I've always called her Mimi because properly, correctly, Miranda with an I is a Spanish or Latin name, and it's Miranda. Me, I is E, and A is A. Miranda. Well, my little duck granddaughter I don't remember how old. She used to get mad at me when I would call her Mimi or Miranda. Miranda. She would say, no, it's Miranda. It's Miranda. It's not Miranda. And right during that time, the young woman that worked at the bank named M.A. Rhonda, Miranda. And it turns out she's in this movie too. Small little world. That happens in a small little place like Dun NC Harnett County. But I've forever and ever told my granddaughter, I know a real Miranda, and you ain't it. You're a Mimi. All right, what else? Man, they did so good. These are 2 years ago production stills. My wife said her main thought was they did too much close up stuff. Like, you see how these are all, this guy's blurry right here, and you don't show them, I don't think, face to face talking. I didn't really notice that bad. It didn't it didn't suspend my disbelief. But she said it wasn't bad to her. She'd still 10 out of 10. She really liked that movie. They did good. So we're hoping that they get it out and big distribution. I had put them way back in 2024. I had tried to get them hooked up with Angel Studios, and I don't know. Every now and then I'd hear something this or that about that, and they said at the premiere on the 20th. And the problem is that they had a QR code, not a. Oops. Take the .com off it and just let the Giggle Bar search it. It's named after this road in North Carolina. Back in 2023. See, this is how long it took to get this movie together. 3.5 years. They're like the old wine commercial, except they don't approve of drinking. They will sell no wine before it's time. It's a work in progress, but it is almost done. Zillow Realtor. It had a QR code that I'm sure turned into a link that they said, go to the website and help us promote in Shawtown Road. There it is. AI overview. Faith based. Don't let that discourage you, movie watchers everywhere. It is not a whole bunch of people quoting chapter and verse titles to you. It's almost never mentioned. Or if you're biased and just the idea that there might be some faith based something in it, then don't watch it. They used to have a like a Kickstarter or a GoFundMe, some kind of crowdsourcing they were looking after. Well, they got some noise done in Facebook on June 23. I got the boot from the Facebook, so I don't go there. Features significant local ties to Dunn, North Carolina. A private movie preview and public debut for the local cast and crew were held at the historic Stewart Theater in downtown Dunn. True story. Facebook. I guess go hunt them down on Facebook, like their movie, see if they have stuff there of how you can help them. Yeah, they have a Facebook discussion going on. I got told about by one of our old people that, hey, it was the front page paper, the premiere, the private showing. All of you Instagrams, go. Wait, Sweet Anita. Who's stealing my Sweet Anita's name? Sweet Anita is my favoritist. She's the eighth wonder of the world. I guess this is another Sweet Anita. Do you believe in destiny? Sweet Anita on the Instagram said, date night was amazing. We both enjoyed the preview of Shawtown Road, a movie produced by a co-worker of mine, Pastor Alan Thomas. It was phenomenal. True, Sweet Anita. But you are not the sweet underline Anita, eighth wonder of the world. I remember seeing them there. I just don't remember what else. Well, everybody, I guess you can go search that yourself. Shawtown Road movie. And I don't know that anybody with IMDb can do anything about it, but I got my verified IMDb and I have a credit. I'm known for Shawtown Road. I get to piggyback off their hard work. Thanks, PT Films. And let's go. Oh, I have to get a logged in. No, I don't. Maybe I do. We'll find out. FILMS. There it is. Little dude with a camera. They've gained subscribers in the last couple weeks. This is their whole first movie they put together. Unnatural. A short horror film. It's 30 minutes long. It's a good first effort. It's a valiant effort. Herr Mozart. You guys can go check that out. It's only got 11,000 views. It needs to have 1,000,000 views. Go see the trailers. Here's a whole 3-minute video how you can support the movie. I can't click anything because I don't have YouTube Premium and I'm not logged in YouTube anyway. It might pop up ads that you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to pay for YouTube Premium before you go clicking away on YouTube movies on your YouTube live streams. So it's PT Films. Oh, I didn't know that it had that 1718 on the end. PT Films, makers of Shaw Town Road and Unnatural. All right, there's their what? Why are you blinking red on me, discordant? It's blinking red, but when I click on it, it doesn't show me anything. Okay, Discord, go back small. And 60852. Put a 0 in front. I'm not going to run it into where I actually need the 0 up front. We're getting ready to wind this bad boy down. Everybody else can go back and listen. The important part was the first 5 hours. 4.5. 5. In chat. RE. Boop. In chat. PT Films. Everybody go check that out. The link is below in the description for my IMDb. Go share it around. I'll one day figure out how to put my picture on there and keep adding quotes to it. We did Shawtown Road and PT Films. I showed off my IMDb page. Mine. All mine. So stupid. In 100 years, who's going to care? There was a big discussion that happened under, it's probably deleted now because YouTube likes erasing comments and not telling anybody. Under one of Scott Under Duress's recent posts in the community, where I got to quote the co-worker from the Terminator. Look at it this way: in 100 years, who's going to care? Check them out on the face space. Check them. Hunt down the Shawtown Road. Look on their YouTube channel that says how to support the movie. See if any of those support the movie links are still active. I'm still waiting on instructions from them on what else can we do. I don't have any other connections or more connections that I'm a long way from Hollywood, 35 plus years. And even back then, if I'd trained or I worked for the trainer, if I worked with horses that were owned by movie people or television people, just like cops and security guards should not go be talking to the press or to the clients. Leave that for the public relations officials. When you're the turd shoveler, don't be talking to the horse owners. Peru. Is that your job? No. Do you believe in destiny? I'm a great believer in destiny. I truly am. Thank anybody, thank everybody for hanging out any amount of time they could hang out. You are close to DC. I will email you. There are some there that can be visited by the producers that may get super help. Yay. Especially if you're going to send it to me in email, because I can just click forward and send it to them in email. I really do hope, not for me. If somebody came along and said, we'll give you guys $1,000,000 to get that idiot's name out of the credits, and they told me about it, I'd be like, get it out. I'll go delete the the IMDb right now. But next movie, you're going to pay me for something to be in it. And that's going to be part of your contract with distribution people, is that we cancel cultured him for dollars for one, but the next one we're not. I don't think that much of myself. I don't think I've stepped on that many toes that somebody'd be like, well, if Dean wasn't involved, we'd help you out. I'm not that important one way or the other. But anything I could do to help them, I will help them. They did a good job. They made a good movie. And they let me be part of it and gave me a credit. Number 2. I forget who the other one was. Doesn't matter. There are many IMDb's, but this one is mine. All right, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Checklist complete. And not to go back over anything too much. And I didn't do good war scribing during the discussion of IMDb and whatever. You got 6 hours of stuff. You can go start over once this ends. Quick review. Rip one more time. K. Wiley. And wrap it up. I so wish I could put my red balloon in here in this text thing. Let's get our thumbnail back on the screen. It looks like it's zoomed to the full screen. Hope George is okay. Never heard from him today. Supergirl is ... Supergirl is not Feral Boy. I'm not going to fix the thumbnail either. It's Feral Kid. That's his official credit in the... We have discovered it. Dean saw it. But the important part of today's madness. If you have anybody out there that happens across this, if it is your path was destined for you to cross this, listen carefully. There used to be a television commercial about if you don't get help at Charter, get help somewhere. Charter was the name of a mental health place. I heard once upon a time that they had recycled the name and were trying to make a comeback in this modern electronic, online only. You don't have to go lay on a couch and talk to a head shrinker. I just remember the commercial because yes, it's true. If you don't get help at whatever, law enforcement agencies, law enforcers, individually and collectively, I guess I will do another live. That's going to take me a good long time about that mess in Canada and that poor woman officer and the poor not police guy that was trying to get out of a crossfire and got himself splattered by her. That's too much. I touched on it today. I'm 6 hours into an hour and a half stream. I'm going to wrap this up. It's an individual and a collective thing. Look in this beautiful little child's eyes. Police chiefs, police instructors, private securities, concealed carry people, G-word people. I already said I was going to mark this as adult, and I will, because I'm going to say one thing that the mainstream or mass media has correct is that they call everybody and the rest of us the super minority. And I mean, there's a lot of zeros after a decimal point, like at least 5. The 0.0000001% of us people that mess around with guns that are not correctly called by the lamestream media gunmen. Because the important word is the first word. Don't be that idiot standing next to or behind gun. Look close at this little baby face and ask yourself, cop going to work, security guard, concealed carry, are you going to go home tonight, have yourself a bubble beverage and a tasty cheeseburger, and when your other who lives in your house with you says, what'd you do at work today? You're going to sit there and say proud and loud, I killed this kid. How serious do you take what you are doing out there on planet Earth, coppers? It can happen to you. I said earlier, I'll say it again just in case this is the piece that ignites somebody. Never mind all my other BS. What you have to be serious about is conducting yourself, in this case, in your law enforcement capacity, that unless a million bad things happen, you're not going to pull that gun out of its holster and kill this poor sweet child. He's already dead. You can't kill him. The next one might be even more beautiful and innocent and angelic looking. That's the reality of the job you took. Nobody drafted you into it. If you violate rights a little, you will violate rights a lot. Scott said earlier in the chat, what's the number one killer of police? Silly side. I'm pushing it with YouTube. I'm not pushing it that hard. Self-harm, self-unaliving, because you do not have. It's not the IQ. We're not going to talk about stupid things like how'd you do on that test. You do not have the maturity. You don't have the mental, emotional, and or spiritual support under you. You have no foundation. Go get it before you find yourself standing over this little baby's corpse, knowing that you took the life out of it. Or go back and search the Trader Joe's lady that was taken hostage, and Super Cop, who just knew he could surgically remove the bad guy from the hostage holding situation, shot and killed the lady. James White, who has a much louder voice than mine, offers to you silly police departments who think you know it all. I used to. For decades, I would give anybody willing to learn free training. The life, the world, the whatever rules these worlds or whoever writes this shit said, crush Dean from that, break him of it. I don't anymore. I don't care. When you unalive yourself, cop who unalived this kid, I'll piss on your grave and laugh at you. That's how bad the world has made me hate it in reciprocation. But you have a resource, cops, individual and collective. For all the crap I talked about him, I also said, get your ass over there and like and subscribe and listen, especially you polices, to Mr. James White at the Southern Drawl Law. He still offers, and he offered last year, you idiots, you absolute soulless morons in Senatobia, Mississippi. Last year, when you violated rights a little bit, he used all of his internet voice, had petitions done, had us, his zealot followers, contact you and harass you on the internet, not with anything other than, if your chief will say yes, he will come there at his expense and train you for free. You had a whole year. And what did you do with it? Killed a baby. If you won't take help from me, which if you hit me up about it, coppers, blame North Carolina's shitty government that I can't afford to give it to you free anymore. But I won't wreck you on the fees. But better than me. Why? Because life is that way and says so. James White over at Southern Drawl Law has a standing offer for you fools. Free training. It's free. Let me lean into this microphone. It will cost you nothing. You can schedule it and work it out so you get paid for your time in your crappy police department. And I know. But if you're sitting in a classroom listening to a smart guy tell you that you're stupid, because that's all you'll hear no matter how he words it, because that's how dumb you are, I truly believe that every one of you cops and the mayors and the city councils and the county people and the sheriffs that are supposed to be over those cops, I believe every one of you is so evil and wicked inside that you would be sitting there not listening to Mr. James White and the ultimate wisdom and knowledge he could give you, because you're too busy slobbering it in the mouth thinking about you could be out there killing babies right now. And I hate to end it on such a hateful, but that's how I truly feel about you ignorant. You ignore. That doesn't mean you don't have information. It means you choose to ignore it willfully. And why I put in my description, James White keeps saying over and over that Ben Crump and the people of whatever, they're going to riot. They're going to tear that town apart. They're going to whatever. And you know what? I started this in the review way back when we got talking about Senatobia and that article and this. There is nothing. I don't even know if they had the march. I don't know if enough people showed up. I would hope, and I'm going to search later, maybe tomorrow. I've had my fill of this. Every time I look at this, it hurts my feelings. 6 p.m. their time. If their time's different than my time, it's coming time. There's going to be a vigil in Sardis, Mississippi at the basketball field. I would loathe to find out that 8 or 10 people showed up. But I have a hunch that why was there no issue about law enforcement? They had a little something the next day at the Walmart, and the police threw some pepper spray cans out there or some of them smoke bombs the police use, and the crowd dispersed. We don't have any fight in us anymore in this country. You know, we tried to wreck the place after George Floyd. I say we very lightly because I was on the other side of that, declared essential during COVID lockdowns as security, standing out in those riots that we wouldn't call riots. Because I was a private security guard, I couldn't have my G word. But knowing what I know and having been part of quelling the riots in Los Angeles, was it officially a riot as compared to LA 92? No. Was it a mostly peaceful protest? Mostly? Hell no. But somebody standing out there just doing their job without a G word on, not hiding behind it, when you're calm, cool, and collected in the storm, that's contagious too. Anyway, Senatobia, Mississippi police this time. Why does no one else want to talk about this? Because their inner child screams, this didn't happen. Click our heels together. There's no place like home. There's no place like home. All of you cops, go find the Southern Drawl Law YouTube channel. His name is James White. He's got all the social medias. You can find him on the link tree. You can find him on the stack, whatever it's called, Substacks. Him and his son and other people, they're doing a lot to try to deal with the Instagram, the X, when you do social media for a living, it requires not a village or a team. It requires an army. And yet he still tries to individually communicate with a-holes like you, Senatobia, Mississippi. Ben Crump twist that into a negligence case, that they were offered free training that would have prevented this. Somebody get a hold of Ben Crump and say, you know what? Other people got things to say that you could shout out of their loud voice. You ain't no Martin Luther King, Ben Crump. You're just a lucky lawyer. When you're given great power, you're given great responsibility. When you're given that loud of a voice, are you speaking for this child, or are you speaking for your next $500 steak meal? Police of Senatobia. Police everywhere. I don't care if you got extra budget money and you want to pay for some real training because you don't want to end up being the one. Are you going to put this picture on your wall with little X's over these eyes and say, I did it, I did that, and I wear it proudly? Then get your ass out of my police car. Get off my rock, I say. None of the people are still here that can verify. He does say that. I tell all my security guard trainees, get out of my security industry. If you don't ask yourself these certain 2 or 3 questions and answer in the appropriate way, get the hell out of my security industry. That's how I take things in my world, because I'm me. That's how I do. And this is my planet, just like that's my IMDb page. And I didn't say to unalive yourself. I said, get off my rock. Call up Elon Musk or the other guy, Bezos. Let them fly you in one of their rocket ships to the moon. But get off my rock, because you're going to KIA a sweet, innocent little child. And hell, we don't even have to make this about constitutional rights and law and sequencing and all that other garbage. Let's make this about the 4 rules of firearm safety. How many rules got violated? Rule 2, the old way. Don't point that gun at anything you're not willing to kill or destroy. It's not when you pulled the trigger. It's when you pointed the gun at the baby. You broke the rules. Please, officer that pulled the trigger, go get you some help, just like the lady in that may not exist, because I'm not there for you either. There's a very short list of people in this whole world that I have met, looked in their eyeballs, and talked to face that said, truly and honestly, if you need someone to talk to when a bad thing happens, that will shut up and listen and not tell you woulda, coulda, shoulda, then call me or text me and let me know, man, 911 happened, I'm gonna call you. And I will shut this mouth that runs incessantly for 7 hours or 10 or however many it's been. Because I know I've been there, done that. I know what it is to be all alone and drowning in this world of turd. And there is no one to talk to. I'm not faithful and religious enough like all these other fine people, Chad Bro and Under Duress, my mother. I can't just suck it up all alone in my universe and know that I'm having a conversation with the big G. And Many other than me, their problem is they lie to themselves about that. They are not true believers. And when the bad times come, they don't prayer in conversation with their deity. Police is everywhere. The shooter of this child and that poor woman shot in the back in Canada. Get yourself some help. And it ain't me that won't tell you how you woulda, coulda, shoulda anything. How that woulda never happened to them. And I'm telling you, you're looking for a unicorn. I hope you can find one. Because that's what most people are going to do is say woulda, coulda, shouldas to you. If you'd adjust this, if you would adjust that. The stupid little details. I saw the chat, Elizabeth. I'll get to it in just a second. That's people talking themselves away from the truth of the matter when they say about the one in Canada. If only those police had ARs. There's no truth to that statement. How they mishandled themselves is what's important about it. The lack of training and supervision. No adults anywhere in the country. Elizabeth said, I work on the other side. I teach parents and kids, criminals, to stop and ask if this tiny boy is worth the thing you stole or the illegal gun you pointed at cops. Yeah. And there is so much question. The police came out and made a gigantic statement, which is the one on the news article I was reading from on screen is linked below in the description. Go read it later. Where Ben Crump was taking umbrage with their words. Ben Crump also got loud and proud about the fact that the women, the mother of this child and the other woman, said that we paid for the diapers. We didn't steal them. Okay. But if they did steal them, then why hasn't Walmart come out and showed us the video and showed? Well, why isn't Walmart claiming it for those local police that they called? And I try to teach people. You weren't here earlier. I went over it again with Scott, and there was back then we had 5 listeners. But me and Scott went over it. He was like, "Man, you're right." And Elizabeth, you've been in here, and that's just for horses for you trying to identify who am I talking to in the chat. It's just for horses. And you've been in the other live streams where we swam in the deep end, and I said, because I've been saying it since I was in the 1st grade. Policing is bad in America. It seems worse to us today because we've got all the cameras and all the videos. You have no idea how horrifying it was back before cameras. Because they truly did get away with it. There was no court of public opinion. The police, and it was a bubble burst for me. My next door neighbor was a deputy sheriff. He was the under sheriff of the local sheriff department where we lived. And he was the next door neighbor. He was the good guy. So because that's who I had as a man role model in my life, and I didn't want to be a rock and roll singer, that didn't seem very steady to me. Who knows when you're a child? But I remember in the 4th grade where they said, write down what are you going to be when you grow up. And I said, and I don't remember what Miss Cynthia said about it, but the teacher at the time, her name was Miss Cynthia, and I got in trouble for trying to touch her bum. She had a very sexy body, and I was only 9 or 8. Yep, grew up strange. Anyway, what do you want to be? And I said, a cartoonist or a cop. On the little, what are you going to be when you grow up? And she said, I do remember her saying, "Why those?" I said, "Because they're both black and white." But the long answer was I wish I could draw because I love me some Snoopy and the Peanuts, and I thought I could grow up and draw cartoons, like write comics or whatever. But I didn't like superhero comics at the time. I liked Snoopy. But I thought I wanted to grow up and be a cop because the next door neighbor man, the parent of my friends, and he's the next door neighbor man. He was a deputy sheriff, and all the guys that were around from the neighbor side of the yards were cops, and they all seemed like good guys. But then when I was about, I don't know, 10 years old, I found out because him and the other guys went and did some, maybe I was 11, and he was divorced by then and heavily addicted to openly cocaine. And him and the other deputies went out and did red rum. And their whole attitude is because they were doing it muscle for organized crime. And I found out very stark and hard. Wait, cops are not good guys. They don't treat people nice. They murder people. And who they gonna call? The police? And they all laugh about it. Ha ha ha. Yeah, things are not like that now. The cameras do keep some of them a little more honest. It seems bad because we've seen so much of it, but holy moly, back once upon a time. See all the scandals. And hell, they don't care when there were cameras. Go study Los Angeles Sheriff's Department about 2012 when they were kidnapping FBI agents and hiding them undocumented in the jails. True story. Remember, and the only thing he tried to do to get out of his sentence, the elected sheriff of Los Angeles, the largest paramilitary, quasi-military law enforcement agency on earth, locked his ass up for being the head of a criminal enterprise, culture of lawlessness. And then he tried to claim it must be my Alzheimer's. Everybody's always got to have my version of some ailment. Yeah, I ran the largest government paid gang, human trafficking, drugs, red rum. That's what the LA sheriffs, kidnapping FBI agents. That was 14 years ago. Police auditors, rights violating ain't new. Let me finish this back up where I was trying to start. But hey, it's my live stream. Let me try to get this message clear. If you won't go get help from me or James White, individual and collective law enforcement, especially him, he's less jaded than me. Get help somewhere. Stop hiring yes men. Stop letting other people shoot your targets. In Cop Top Shop, and go look up my previous 14 hours of stream, Clink Broomer or some weird name, that poor LA sheriff deputy that trying to cover shifts for other people and do what he's told and follow orders, half asleep, walking and wandering through life, got himself KIA'd in Los Angeles. Little baby cop. Because they won't tell the boss no. Gotta do what the boss said. Tell the boss no. Now I know it was the mom and her friend accused of stealing diapers. I'll have to find out more. But unless they pulled guns out of their purses, why were police pointing guns at them? Exactly. Especially a whole year after police had abused the hell out of rights in that little shitty town. And I don't care how big Senatobia is. I haven't looked it up. I don't care. I grew up in one of the largest places on earth. Between the sheriffs and all the municipal cops, we had like, what, 40,000 police? Compared to that, I don't care how big Senatobia is. It ain't got Los Angeles style policing. It's not that big of a department. It's a small little town. Everything to me is a small little town. You know what's a city? New York, Chicago, Los Angeles. Everything else, hopefully one day will be one. They should all be so big. That would prove our economies were good. Yeah. And go back and listen later, Mom. You'll see, Elizabeth. You'll hear long, and I'll get it in the pinned comment. It's in the logs. That doesn't get done until this is all done. Failure in the duty to train and supervise happened at 2 hours in. Everything about George Floyd and the girl of Subway in North Carolina. And here, private people provide your own security. Police do not answer those calls. Just don't. All the governments get together and tell big retail outfits, hey man, if you don't care about your stuff and if someone steals it, we don't. We got to go do police work. We got SA crimes to investigate and child abuse and whatever. Don't call us about people ripping stuff off. And that's one thing I talk so much trash about those three guys, James White and his two buddies that they got two cops, one donut channel. One of those two said when they were asking each other, like, what would you do? The one guy said, well, you can't say whatever. He said, but if I got there early enough and they were talking about she stole diapers, he'd say, well, ring up the diapers and let me pay for them. I don't want to involve myself with her or you. So much so that, man, it's not like she was in there stealing a television or a computer or an iPad. She was in there stealing diapers. Well, ring up some diapers and let me pay for it. That's what the cop said. And he's an active working police officer detective. I think he's the detective one. Yeah, have that kind of attitude. If you won't get help somewhere at James White, I don't want anything out of anything. If you won't get help from James White, get help somewhere, especially you Senatobia baby killers, like we used to call the soldiers after Vietnam. All of you collectively and individually killed this child. From the chief to whoever the hell you've got under contract to wash those police cars. All of you who rub elbows together in that little shitty town in one collective persona or personification, hiding behind that one idiot who thinks his world was perfect because he was working for you and he was one of you. I guarantee you the departmental dump has already started. They've turned their back on him. They're digging up some dusty papers about what a bad cop he really is, and they knew all along. And the world falls for it, and the world goes away. Wait. If you knew he was bad all along, and you got these previous rights violator write-ups, why was he still on your force? But they don't ever care. It works, so they do it. Rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. Oh, yeah, let's dig it. There's these few things that We knew. Oh, please claim you knew. Go watch all of James White videos and find out how they actually have started holding people responsible for that again. Oh, you knew? Great. Now you took responsibility for it, so you get liability civilly for it. For the last decade until about 2022 or 2021, that's what that whole thing, and I mentioned it earlier, Elizabeth, from back in 2012 was about. The duty to train and supervise as diminished by recent court rulings. Love, ring up the diapers and let me pay for them. Yeah, that's what a cop on the internet said. We all have a nicer day. Ask ladies, please pay it forward. Help someone else. Yeah. And if they really did steal or try to steal those diapers, don't you think Walmart and the police would have come out with that by now? It's been like 8 days or 6 days. I don't remember when that happened. It's been a long time. They could have damn well by now said, look, she stole the diapers. Glad they are finally started asking cop shots. You knew, then why didn't you do something? Duty to supervise and train, yeah. So anyway, cops, it's your ass on the line. It's you who's got to go home at night knowing that you killed somebody that didn't need killing. Or if you violate somebody's rights a little bit, you're either going to get that corrected and not wrap yourself up in ego and bullshit and beer and tell yourself that you didn't do anything wrong. It's all the victim's fault. Once you start down that road, it just gets worse and worse and worse, as any gambler or any addict. All of you together, Senatobia. R.I.P. little guy. You guys all have his blood on your hands. All of you. Mayor, city council, police, firefighters who've been around those police and heard them saying stupid, ugly cop stuff, tough guy stuff, and laughed instead of telling them, dude, that's dumb. That's crass. Shut up. Mm. You have a super valuable resource in Mr. James White. He's got 100 and something, 75,000 subscribers on YouTube alone. Do you want to continue being the poster city of dead babies killed by the government? Or do you want to try to shine a light on yourself and say, we are going to un-F ourselves in cop talk? That's collectively, individually, every one of you. If you feel that Senatobia is hopeless, get loud about it and quit that place. Go put yourself through some training, even if you have to drive your ass all the way to Tennessee to get some from James White. And then go back to somewhere else. Go stand next to a different fire that's going to burn you at some other law enforcement agency, or go work for the FBI, or if you want to play stupid games and win stupid dead people prizes, you can go join ICE. They're always looking for another trigger puller. But in the meantime, if you're just somebody trying to do a job as a cop, get yourself depressurized, get yourself some rest. In cop world, we call it giving somebody a nut tap. Give yourself one. It's not a permanent injury. It's not a big harm, but sometimes you got to get somebody's attention. Give them a little rap in the sack, they say. Now they'll start listening. tell yourself to relax, 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 stop resisting, and that your poop does stink, and maybe you should go out there and figure out, no matter what else happens in this world, I will never be that idiot that pulled the trigger on that innocence or had anything to do with it. And I won't accept it for myself, my coworkers, or my butthole boss, especially if it's an elected sheriff. All they had to do was get elected. Or you'll end up on an important channel with a lot of voice, several of them, but as much trash as I talked, James White is the only one who will wipe the tear out of his eye and talk about this poor little kid. I am, because it's in me, so I have to cathartically Dear Diary it out onto this internet. I don't have anybody I can talk to, except you wonderful people in this chat. And then it's all done. And the other song that I like a lot, I can't remember who made it. It's a guy's name. Let's see. Open this back up. That always goes to these, along with them being a guest here now. The news cycle has long passed on this poor 1-year-old. Mississippi is not burning. We're all wore out. The lockdowns took that all out of us. And the years since, the fact that the whole BLM, the Black Lives Matter movement, and the top 5 of them all being busted for stealing millions and millions and millions of Black Lives Matter dollars and wasting them, man, it just takes the wind out of everybody's sails. Go read the old dusty parchments and documents. It says, for us and our posterity, or posterity, however you pronounce it, those that follow after us. Well, if the charities, the government, the law enforcement agencies, and the big corporations are only in it for what they can get out of it today, never mind tomorrow, the rest of us peasants and peons are going to adopt the mentality. We're not coming out to your cause. I'm faded. I don't remember. It's a modern era. Song faded. Let's see what it comes up with. There it is. Alan Walker, Faded with lyrics. There's the official version. Share. Copy. Put that in the paste. Because especially once you talk them out of your system and go see the movie Heat and listen to the Al Pacino thing about how he has to hang on to his angst and he can't let go of the ghosts and all them, all the victims of all the crimes he's investigating. Because they all fade away and the hurt and the burn heals. Not because time, it's because new stuff comes and occupies the brain space. And our own human, sorry Scott, our own people psychology, if you take it completely secular, it's a simple self-protection mechanism that your own internal mental will find you distractions so that you busy yourself with the distraction and don't focus on the bad thing because you don't have a coping skill or mechanism for the bad thing. And time cures nothing. Time heals nothing. It's just that the sectors on the hard drive get overwritten. Something shines brighter. Alan Walker, Faded. And this is a fantastic. I didn't ask the universe for a theme music to my thinking about what do you call it when they become distant memories and all that other stuff. And the good of this universe and world and the time we live in and internets. This song is perfect for that. And it's a perfect time. 7 hours. Somebody smarter than me, go back and listen to these whole 7 hours. Clip it, convert it, steal it, make it make better sense. Cut all, don't try to combine shallow and deep together. Turn it into something and get it to somebody that you have the ear of value anywhere. It has nothing to do with this little baby other than he's at the heart of this incident. It has to do with the next one anywhere on planet Earth. If we can prevent it, let's do. Or the big dumb baby on the other side of that gun. Still a child until they splattered one. Now some growing up's got to happen. And usually, as we've already discussed twice, when forced to grow up and everything in your life is child, including your own parents, your grandparents, your pastor at your church, you can't find an adult or anybody with adult style wisdom. Finding yourself all alone on the backside of a super bad ends you up ending yourself. Or worse, becoming the walking dead, a drug zombie. Which is another tale for another day, how I had to listen to somebody tell me about somebody I know that ever since a diagnosis, they're just a zombie and they have to change his diapers and they can't find a doctor to get them off those RXs. Yep, that's where that goes. Same thing goes with drunks, man. They don't get drunk because they love laying around in their own filth and vomit. They're trying to bury something that they don't have a coping skill for, and they are now physically addicted to the alcohol. It's tough stuff. Deep end. We made it. Go listen to Faded. Listen to it twice and let the images of dead babies fade. Go put images back in your mind of, come on, screen, agree with me. I blamed my screen. I should blame my fingers. Feral kid grew up into. Let me zoom the kid away. I shouldn't have zoomed on her chest. No, not her chest. Into Supergirl. Yay, Supergirl. If you think you won't like the movie, don't watch it. God, look at all those piercings. And I'm from LA. It could be worse. There could be tattoos on her face. Oh well. Lovely lady Millie. I hope you had fun and made lots of money doing that movie. I hope everybody that goes to see it enjoys it or makes good review videos and gets monetized for reviewing it, good or bad. Let's kill that. What is this one? Let's get rid of that. That's the other Supergirl picture. Let's get rid of that. Gotta leave the chat up. Say thank you again. Let me type a thank you in the chat. Off to my meditation garden. A smile with G word. Another 3-letter G word we're not supposed to say on the tube anymore. Thanks for the chat. Find peace, love you. Yep. Part of being peace. Walking a peaceful walk is rantering on your YouTube. Whichever two of you are left on this planet of Earth. Thank you ever so much. Thank everyone for the giving me of your time, and let me put time in capitals, and eyes/ears. That's all we're going to say there, and then we're going to screenshot it. Thank you ever so much. Pick the pieces you like, throw away the rest. What's left, combine with yours, and it is now something uniquely new or your own, says Master Bruce Lee. Sort of. I'm going to click the red X since everybody else already signed out of the chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Because I did a year and a half ago, the last time we did WMFI, World's Most Frustrated Inarticulate shows. I used to always count down before I clicked the end and stop buttons. So let's do a countdown. Stream will end in 5, 4, 3, 2,